So it's pretty clear that the demand picture continues to improve. Ultimately, that's going to weigh on longer-term Treasury yields, securities rather. So yields should be moving higher gradually. We think that supports a steeper yield curve, and so that's what we're recommending investors position for.
Matt, do you think that what happens in spot commodity prices, front-month commodity prices like copper right now on the LME, do you think that shapes inflation expectations in some way, shape, or form, and should it?
Well, I do think that investors will remain nervous about inflation probably for some time. I'd say by the time the Fed grows concerned about inflation, investors probably are over it by then. So we're kind of in this interesting period of time where investors, I think, are showing more concern about the inflation outlook than the Fed is. By the time the Fed starts to show concern, I'd expect investors to be over it. So we're kind of in an interesting period here, John. Investors will almost certainly continue to be worried about inflation for the next 3 to 6 months.
Matt, how does that play into the shorter, hotter thesis that you and the team have at Morgan Stanley?
Ultimately, that thesis is going to be driven by how the central bank ends up responding to the hotter economy in the short term. But what we're seeing here is that the central bank is going to take its time. Chairman Powell made it very clear it's going to take a lot more data. So it's not just the quality of the data, which is very hot in general. It's also the
Good
amount of
morning, everyone.
data that matters to the Fed. And so, it's going to take time. Now, that in some sense counters a bit this hotter but shorter thesis because it's going to take time to get the data. But ultimately, how short is this cycle going to be? We think it'll be shorter than the last cycle. Guess what? The last cycle was the longest cycle on record. So it's not really a high bar for this to be a shorter cycle, John.
Hey, Matt, it's good to catch up. Stick with us. Matt Hornback at Morgan Stanley. Just to turn to that breaking news, we do break through 10,000 briefly on the London Metal Exchange on copper. If you go back to early 2011, it was 10,160. That'll be the next one that a lot of people look for. A break of 10,000. Right now, 9,989 on copper prices on the LME. Just a break of 10K briefly. Let's get some price action in the equity market. Ton of earnings to get through. Here's Abby.
That move in copper really matches the risk on tone. The Nasdaq 100, John, up more than 1%.
All right.
All-time high. Not surprisingly, tech stocks doing great on earnings after putting off a blowout quarter, beating adjusted earnings by 41%, sales by 16%. These are huge numbers too, and that's 54% year-over-year revenue growth. Big demand for devices doesn't sound.
All right, watching Apple at the moment.
A huge quarter, also really crushing the estimates.
Let's see, I'll go through stocks here.
Up 30%. Investors are clearly.
Let's take a look at a few things. Let's see how Breath
6%. They beat their outlook is very bullish on strong demand for smartphones. Sales jumped 52%.
is going into today.
Shortage. We see the whole Apple complex.
All right, so
And then turning to the industrial space.
56
2%
new highs
48% for earnings.
yesterday, 23% increase
7% better than expected.
over
Interestingly, though,
Tuesday.
they may not meet the full year.
What we saw yesterday, a 23%, almost 24% increase. We're coming into today with Apple blowing out earnings, Facebook, Qualcomm, all beating earnings.
More spending and low interest rates are here to stay. President Biden and Chairman Powell looking to keep the U.S. recovery rolling. That conversation up next with Morgan Stanley's Matt Hornback and Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy. 19 minutes away from the opening bell. Equity markets look like this, up 28 on the S&P and a break of 4,200. All-time highs in sight, up 0.7%. And copper with a brief break of 10K on the LME in London. This is Bloomberg.
Alrighty, so Breath looks good. Let's look at NIMO coming into today. Futures SPY is up $2.69.
Model minority myth wasn't something that was fabricated by the Asian American. It was created as a tool to alienate the Black and the Asian Asian American communities, and it was incredibly successful.
We know that racism didn't begin yesterday. We know it's probably not going to end tomorrow.
Good morning.
It is our job to make sure that there's progress and we keep people safe, give people dignity.
I spent a lot of time last year to just listen, to understand, to reflect, and understand what I could do as a leader of this organization.
For many years, we've been very shareholder focused, and now there really is much more of a community requirement.
The economic downturn in the US, we're seeing unemployment and income losses affecting women more than men.
2/3 of the jobs lost in South
All right, NIMO's still climbing.
So I think we're in a moment of crisis.
Clearly, our societies are reproducing, not producing inequality.
We need better public policy and we need companies to step up.
Every Friday with 30 minutes dedicated to fixed income, I'm Jonathan Ferro. This is Bloomberg Real Yield.
We're going to get rid of the loophole, allow Americans to make more than $1 million a year and pay a lower tax rate on their capital gains than Americans who receive a pay.
All right, waiting for the opening bell. It's 9:15. Good morning, everyone.
Americans by that action, 0.3%. And they're actually going to crack down on millionaires and billionaires who cheat on their taxes.
President Biden discussing his new spending package, planning to fund the multi-trillion-dollar proposal by raising taxes on the wealthy. Fed Chair Jay Powell addressing similar concerns, hoping to close the wealth
All right, so NIMO looks good. VIX setting up a backdrop. We're looking for green today as VIX moves lower. VIX is currently down 1.2%, trading 17.
Bloomberg International Economics and Policy correspondent Mike McGee.
Looking for a trend lower in VIX.
Well, you could boil down what Joe Biden and Jay Powell are saying with one word: jobs. That's what it's all about for both of them. The president trying to create more jobs in the future. Jay Powell just trying to get us back to where we were before the pandemic. You take a look at what happened after the great financial crisis. We took 6 years to get back the number of jobs we had lost. If you want to include what would have been normal job growth, it would have been 8 years before we got back to normal. Right now, we're looking at a very quick rebound, part of the way. But Powell
All right, let's see what Facebook looks like. Facebook.
in the Obama administration. And so that becomes an issue then of how fast do people get more money? Do we see wages rise as jobs come back? For the last 8-10 years since the
All right.
crisis, average hourly earnings have been very, very limited. We haven't seen big gains. Now, you see on the right-hand side the distortions caused by the pandemic recession because the people who made the least amount of money were the ones who were laid off, and that goes out of the averages. But you can see that long, low stretch in the middle there. That wasn't a recovery.
Qualcomm.
Recovery that the Fed or the administration wants to see. It does leave us in this kind of unusual position. We're seeing the mirror image of Reaganomics here. In the early 80s, Ronald Reagan wanted to cut spending, government spending as a percentage of GDP, and Paul Volcker was aimed at cutting inflation. Now you look at where we are, the white line there is spending as a percentage of GDP. Joe Biden wants that to go way up. And inflation, the blue line, that's what Jay Powell wants to do, bring inflation higher. And if they get both of those, then they will have, they
All right, Roku's up 14. That caught an upgrade from Wedbush.
back with us too. Terry, I want to start the policy side, and then Matt, I want to talk to you about the bond market, how on earth to price the next move down in DC. A lot of people in the bond market, Terry, are really struggling to understand what is coming next because the emphasis has shifted to things like pay-fors. Can you give me some numbers, just a better understanding of where you think this lands ultimately in the months to come?
Good morning, John. I think where this ends up is today. I mean, the situation is very fluid. But today, I think where this ends up is you're looking at an infrastructure package of about $800 billion to $1 trillion over a period of years.
All right, so let's take a look at where we are. Futures have been propped, have popped higher this morning post earnings from Apple, Qualcomm, and Facebook, of course. Biden talking about tax hikes and spending. Futures currently trading 42.05. So we're above that 4,200 strike that we were looking for yesterday. Looking for options to roll up. But the call wall did not shift higher, but it did bump higher for the SPY to 422. So if we combine all of the S&P gamma, this gives us a blended call wall of around 4216. All right.
Let's look at it. The short answer is, I think this uncertainty in the negotiations over infrastructure and the families package go into the fall, where they run up against two different things.
All right, I'm just pulling up a chart here.
And secondly, yes, we're going to start talking.
All right, so we can see where the current price action from 4203 all the way up to 4266. Calls are building a bit more. The vol trigger line, volatility trigger, has also pushed higher to 4170. We're watching Roku pushing higher on an upgrade.
I don't think they're going to get it a lot tighter. There's already not majority support for what the president wants to do. In part because significant parts of his own party, whether you're talking the Senator Manchin, Senator Menendez of New Jersey, or others, are not in favor of it. Will they tweak it a little bit? They'd like to. They'll probably get some money from it, but that's about it. Most of the pay-fors from infrastructure, in my view, are going to come from things like drug pricing, which is estimated to come up with $500 billion over 10 years. And I think
All right, futures hanging out. All right, let me grab this here. All right, we're trading 4206. Call wall has shifted slightly higher when you consider S&P 500 and the spiders. The combined S&P 500 gamma gives us a blended call wall of 4216. All right. TLT, I see Crimson talking about TLT. Had a new low. TLT. All right, so it's trying to put in a higher low. We'll watch that today. TLT. Apple. Looking for a trade on Apple. So what I'm thinking here is, let's watch relative volume this morning. It needs to be above 2 times what we saw yesterday at the open. All right, so we had pretty decent volume yesterday. So we need to see about 2 times relative volume to tell us that institutions are playing Apple. Same with Facebook and Qualcomm. We had beats this morning, Northrop Grumman, Sealy, Tempur-Pedic, Nokia, McDonald's, Molson Coors, TAP, and Domino's Pizza, among others. Good morning, everyone. Getting ready for the opening bell.
5 minutes away from the opening bell in New York City, equity futures shaping up as follows. Up 30, all-time highs on the cards at the opening bell in New York City. We have 0.7% through 40.
All right, let me grab something real quick. Be right back.
North of that, we're just short of that, coming towards the end of April. Unreal. Let's get some morning calls. A look at some of the analyst recommendations on Wall Street this morning. We begin the first up with Susquehanna downgrading eBay to neutral after its quarterly results. The analysts now seeing a more balanced risk reward with the company's turnaround story largely priced in. We're down there by almost 8%. Your second call, it comes from Jefferies, raising its Facebook price target up to $3.85 with a buy rating. The analyst keeping shares on his top picks list after reporting impressive guidance and revenue growth. We advanced there by 7.44%. And your third and final call, bit of a mea culpa here. Goldman Sachs upgrading Apple to neutral from a sell following its blowout results. The analyst adjusting his ratings after incorrectly predicting softening iPhone sales after COVID and through COVID. We advance on Apple to 137.25, up by 2.75%. Coming up, monster earnings and record numbers boosting equities, but raising concerns over peaking growth. That conversation up next with Nuveen's Brian Nick and the big bull on Apple, Dan Ives of Wedbush. From New York City this morning, good morning. Record highs just around the corner. This is Bloomberg.
Good morning, Daniel. All right, I'm here. Futures on the move. Futures are on the move.
25 seconds away from the opening bell, all-time highs on the cards on the S&P 500. Futures advance on Russell, on the Nasdaq, on the S&P up 31. We advance 3/4 of 1% through 4,200. The opening bell in New York City about to ring with record highs on the cards at the opening bell, and there it is. Switch on the board into the bond market. Yields on the 10-year elevated up 6 basis points on the session. 167.35. Euro dollar stable. 121.22. Wonderful numbers out of Germany. Vaccination
Apple.
1 million yesterday. A record.
All right.
Crude 65.25, up by more than 2% on the day. We advanced by about $1.40. That's the cross asset story of the market desk with your movers, and there are many. Here's how they
LABU is off a bit this morning. LABU.
Record highs has everything to do with the blowout quarters we're seeing from big tech. Take a look at Apple, up 2.5%. They beat earnings by 41%, sales by 16%, sales growing by 54% year over year.
Morning, Robert. Morning, Katrina.
Surgence in demand for the iPhone. Facebook crushes it also. That stock up 7.5%.
Apple off a little bit this morning.
And bottom line growing by 93%. Just really incredible. Same deal for Qualcomm. Qualcomm actually saying they were limited by the chip shortage. Nonetheless, the stock up 6.2%. Now, when we turn to more traditional economy stocks, we're going to see a bit of a mixed bag.
Apache fading.
Its highs up 0.5%. They did beat. They raised the outlook, but right now the CEO saying
Watching the energy names.
copper, iron ore, gold.
All right, let's see what happens in the next 15 minutes or so. Roblox fading the morning gap. Most stocks fading the morning gap. Profit taking. People quick to take profits first thing this morning. Snap trying to follow through.
High took alert plus 800.
US Silica continues to ramp higher. US Silica, SLCA. A lot of these energy names are in play again today. A lot of these energy names are in play again today.
Abby, thank you. Thank you very much. All-time highs on the equity market in America. 2 minutes into the session, your record intraday high, 42.18 on the S&P 500. Naturally, the conversation starts to change. The bar is high. And do we start to see deceleration? RBC's Laurie Calvert saying that the worry of peaking growth, that worry dominating things right now. Expectation for decelerating.
All right, US Silica following through today on a pretty big move. The energy names pretty much look the same. Roku is up 11 and change. Roku's clearing the 50-day. Could see 400, 397, 400. If we can see an expansion day today. About an $18 ATR on Roku. All right, Apple up 1.8%. Microsoft moving higher from yesterday's low. Microsoft starting to take off here.
Extreme high took alert.
All right, spying the cues. Futures trading above 420, 4,200. Futures trading 42.05. I'd like to see them stay up here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little fade this morning, give back some of those gains. Traders take profits. Pitney Bowes off a bit today. It was higher yesterday. Pitney Bowes. Microsoft, big hammer yesterday on Microsoft at the 21 day. Do they show up today and follow through? Watching for that. I can't believe they keep all this spending is just insane. The amounts of spending, money printing. M2 is going to take at least 12 to 18 months to utilize all of that money that's being printed. Conservatively speaking, that's a lot of money. Roku, nice upgrade. All right, traders are coming here. Nice volume coming in on Roku. Tick cumulative is rising. It is green. We're trading 2-to-1 up volume. So that's a good start so far. We are trading at highs, so watching for any kind of fade. AMD backing off. Had a nice pop this morning. It's $1 off of the highs. AMD. Cleveland Cliffs trading down a little bit as well. 1824. Roblox trading 77. Roblox looks good. Roblox looking to add to Roblox. All right, Roblox looks good, headed for 77. We got a nice rip in Roblox here. RBLX, Roblox early. Looks like it's headed back up to the highs. Could see 84, the top of the channel, an ascending channel. Could see 84 on this one. All right, Roblox on the move. Watch Roblox here. Nice move on Roblox. Wow, that's looking good. Looking good. I'm adding to Roblox. A little early, but I'm going to add to it. I'll wait a couple of minutes. Follow my rules. I'm going to wait. Already have shares in Roblox. No options. Apple pulling back, squashing implied volatility. Checkpoint, ChargePoint, and Blink, both higher. Blink fading a bit. ChargePoint, CHBT. Cleveland Cliffs pulling back to 1820. Alrighty. SPY holding very well. Futures holding at the highs. Microsoft going. Watch Microsoft here. Microsoft looking bullish here.
has not come nowhere near to recouping the drawdown from last year because people simply haven't gone back to consuming services the way they're consuming goods. So that also may take some of the pressure, positively or negatively, off some of these sort of goods-focused sectors. Could be manufacturing, could be technology.
Watching Microsoft as well. Microsoft could break higher. Watching Roblox. Both of these are working. Microsoft moves above yesterday's range. Look for it to head higher. Like to see relative volume is picking up. Roku with an upgrade. Wedbush.
John, let's tie in earnings to the big theme that we've looked at over the last year, stay-at-home versus reopening and reflationary. Because stay-at-home stocks, the real niche stocks,
Roku looks good.
this morning on these companies, ServiceNow, Teladoc Health, and Citrix, just bunches
Morning, Jennifer. Good morning, Sean.
because they either missed or they guided down or both. So some of these really super specific stay-at-home stocks not doing so well. On the other hand, the reopening trade, Royal Caribbean, of course, reported they put up a strong quarter. They're also making progress with the CDC in terms of sailing again. You see that stock higher, the airline higher. MGM had been higher. It has actually reversed now, and movie theaters also.
All right, stocks. Generally, most of these stocks are seeing profit taking first thing in the morning. Apple is starting to bounce now. They're killing the implied volatility built up prior to earnings. The energy stocks looking for a follow through again today. All right, so Roku hanging out right here. Let's see who is showing relative strength. Apple, Microsoft, Merck, Intel, Verizon, Boeing, JP Morgan, Coca-Cola, Cisco, and Caterpillar. Most actives. Again, we've got Chevron gapping up. Most of these energy names look good. S&P 500. Energy again in play. We got Norwegian Cruise Lines starting to show up. That's fading. Cincinnati Financial. Insurance. Diamondback Energy. Northrop Grumman with an earnings out today. Carnival Cruise Lines fading. Cruise Lines gapping up and fading. A lot of stocks are gapping up this morning and fading, profit taking on the gap ups. Facebook. All right, so we're waiting for. All right, so Hess is starting to pick up on the list. Hess had a huge day yesterday on earnings. Hess. A lot of the energy stocks look similar. A lot of these energy stocks look similar. EOG. Gapping up. Apache. Gapping up. Marathon Oil. Gapping up. All right, so energy looks good. Energy gapping up. Looks like it's heading to that 53 level. Watch your energy names. Let them run. Microsoft trying to push higher.
If you can just scan all the incoming mail, all the incoming luggages, it's going to be a massive time saver, and it means that we can capture a lot more of the illegal wildlife trade that's currently going on this river.
All right. All right, stocks are starting to find their footing. LABU looked good. LABU we closed above the 200-day. Just above the 200-day yesterday. LABU. Looking for a follow-through. Look for buyers to continue to show up. The 50-day is pressing down on price action. It's still just overhead at 89.21. We're trading 83. So potential 5 to 6 point move overhead before running into that resistance. If we can clear the 50-day and this pivot over here, 85, 84, we could see the zone above at 10 101, 102 up to 109. Watching that for continuation on that swing. Energy names are in play. Google, again today, strong. Google. ALGN with earnings. OSTK, gapping up and fading. Shooting star, Vaxart. Looks pretty strong, Vaxart. Again today. We looked at Vaxart on Monday. This followed through on Tuesday and yesterday. Now it's gapping up, following through. Vaxart, if you're still in it, congratulations. Roku fading the morning highs. Looks like traders taking the opportunity on these gap ups to take profits. We'll see if buyers continue to show up. Snap continues higher. Snap. All right, Snap, we're looking for this move above 64. Snap in the short term. Looking for a move above this zone between 63, 64, 65. If we can get through this level, we could see 52-week highs again. Looks like that's where we're going. Head a higher low. Looking for a higher high. Snap looks good. Snap continuation looks really strong. Snap. Snap is on the move.
I think it goes back to what you were talking about, worries that this is as good as it gets. And I think that creates the opportunity in our opinion, because these are the same skeptics at 1 trillion, at 2 trillion, and now we're going on its way to 3 trillion. This is the super cycle that's going to continue to play out the next 12 to 18 months.
All right, Snap looks good. Continuation. Shorts covering. New longs taking a ride. Looks like SPY wants to keep going. Watch the spiders. The Qs. Looking for a follow through.
Sure. I think the capitulation really starts over the next quarter or two, because based on all of our Asia checks, we're showing iPhone 13. It's about
Apple doing its best to kill premium right now.
orders coming out of the gates in Asia. Put that all together with services. I mean, it's really that as well as the broader product cycle. It's the trifecta that I believe ultimately launches this to 185, potentially 200.
Snap. Snap, snap, snap. Let's go out to the 60-minute. Let's look at the Bollinger Bands. All right, got tight Bollinger Bands. This one could really rip here. Bollinger Bands start to open up. Snap. Good earnings. Good guidance. Nice volume. MACD above its signal line and rising. Looks good. Snap looks good. Let that one run. Let that one run. All right, NASDAQ looking for. All right, tick cumulative continues to rise. Vaxart up 24%. MRO looks like it wants to follow through. Silica, US Silica fracking sands, fracking. Q's at the highs.
Yep, and now the doubters also talking about the potential of a chip shortage damaging things too. Now, Apple have put a number on it, 3-4 billion maybe. The Mac, iPads, sales could be constrained because of the chip shortage now.
Apache at the highs.
For a company that's churning out $90 billion on any given
AZO looking good. AZO.
complex right now, Dan. Do you see that chip shortage generating some execution risk?
Looks good. AutoZone looks good.
Over the Teslas of this world, Dan.
No doubt it's to earn a flying ointment. And we
Popping.
across auto, across software, as far as semis and tech.
These energy names showing up. Showing a lot of strength again today. Energy. All right, all I'm doing the first 15, 20 minutes is waiting for institutions to tell us what they plan on doing for today. It looks like the Qs are going to start fading, so watch the FANG stocks. Apple. Great earnings. Earnings being faded right now. Watching Microsoft. Microsoft's still in a range.
Dan Ives with some big numbers and looking for some all-time highs on the Nasdaq and on Apple too. Dan, it's good to catch up, sir, as always. My apologies about the technical connection a little bit earlier. Dan Ives there of Wedbush. 32 buys, 10 holds, 2 sells on Apple. Your median 12-month price target 157 starting at 79. Wedbush and Dan Ives at 185. Raymond James and Chris Caso also at 185 with an upgrade to that price.
Vaxart following through. What I'm looking for is stocks that are not fading, like Jack's Pacific, cheap stock, following through. Very low volume, so we'll wait for that. Bloomin' Brands, BLMN. Looks like the restaurants and bars are following through. Let's go look at those real quick. Restaurants and bars. What we're looking for are stocks above VWAP for bullish trades. We'd like to see all of these pushing higher. Domino's Pizza with earnings out, it's lower right now. Wendy's following through. Wingstop flat. Shake Shack looking for a follow through. Starbucks already reported earnings, getting back above the 21-day. Would be good. Snap starting to fade. All right, take a little profits off of Snap. We'll take another look at it shortly. All right, Snap, I just took some profits off on Snap. We'll see if it's an early ABCD pattern. I'll keep some on, but it's fading pretty fast here. Snap. I took profits. Got a nice run from earlier in the week. Snap coming back. Looks like everybody has the same idea, taking profits off the table. SPY and the Qs are hanging out near, SPY is hanging out near the highs. Qs are fading thanks to the FANG stocks, a little weakness there. Snap pulling back. All right. Looking for a higher low. Gap and go on SPY. If we can stay above 420. Right now we're fading below 420. All right, so restaurants and bars we're looking at. BBQ, that's holding up near 52-week highs. Bloomin' Brands breaking out. Cheesecake breaking out. So de Blasio saying that New York will be completely reopened by September, but fully starting to open July 1st. I tell you, if you're just out of college and you're looking for opportunities, moving to Manhattan, probably the best opportunity you're going to have that I can remember in 30 years as far as being able to dictate your salary. It's more of a job hunter's market, not an employer's market. You really have a lot of opportunities there. So go make money and invest. Plan for the future. You got a good 40 years ahead of you if you're just coming out of college or more, investing. All right, so Darden Restaurants looks really good. It's about to break out. Darden looks the best right now out of Brinker looks good too. Eat, Darden. These look good. Darden, D-R-I. Eat, cake. Eat cake. Haha. Bloomin' Brands. Restaurants. All right, the restaurants and bars are looking much stronger thanks to comments from the mayor of New York. McDonald's, earnings out this morning. McDonald's hanging out near the highs. Same with Domino's. Domino's pulled back a little bit. QSR, that's breaking higher. All these restaurants look good. Starbucks more than likely gets back above the 21-day. I'd feel more confident if it traded above the 21-day today. Watch Starbucks. That might be a come from behind trade using an ABCD pattern. All right, starting to climb already. Starbucks looks good. With all the other restaurants and bars showing you the same sort of look, I would think these can continue. Shake Shack, same thing. Descending channel. Looks like we're going to start to reverse that trend. Shake Shack has a couple of locations, I think, in Manhattan. One in particular near 42nd Street. Maybe it's 44th, I forget. Somewhere around there. Wendy's looks good. Bouncing. Wingstop, a little extended. Wait for it to pull back first for another entry. Wingstop looks good. SPY fading a bit. Q's fading more. All right, we're watching for institutions to come in and start buying. Tick cumulative is still rising. Fast signal hasn't turned down yet. It's 1.6 to 1 up volume. So I would take the hint. If you have profits like we did with Snap, take some profits off the table and wait for institutions to show up. Walmart popping above 139. There's an opportunity to get a better exit on Walmart. Coca-Cola popping.
It's 10 o'clock.
Wells Fargo popping. All right, these all look pretty good. Roblox at 76.20. Apache hanging out at the highs. These energy plays look pretty strong. All right. Wingstop. All right, let's look at some of these energy names like Apache. Gapping up, following through. SPY Qs continue to provide a headwind. Dollar General, DG, Walmart looking good too. Target, we were looking for a trade on Target or on TJ Maxx yesterday. Coming off of the 21-day, these look good. Dollar General, Walmart. Walmart looking very strong here all of a sudden. After fading for 3 weeks, Walmart looks good. US dollar fading a bit more. Cleveland Cliffs, buyers stepping up around $18.10. Charge point. All right, most stocks are dipping and finding buyers. AMD looking for a bounce. US Silica about to break out. SLCA looking for US Silica to break out. These energy names, the second day in a row. Moving above the 21-day, a little descending pattern on most of these names. EOG. All right. Devon Energy. All of these look good. Phillips 66. All of these gapping up. US Silica looks like it wants to go. US Silica on the move. Looks like it's going to go. Fairly inexpensive name. Probably going to double up on this one. Probably double up on that. All right, US Silica. Let's see one more time. It looks like I could see 16, 15 for sure. All right, SPY and the Qs still pulling back, killing a lot of the premium that's in the market. No follow through after being up considerably this morning at the open. Futures pulling back. Are already off more than 20 handles from the high. $10 handles, sorry, not 20 handles. I'm thinking something else. Silica looking for a follow through. SPY watching the fade here. Watch VIX. Let's watch VIX and see what that tells us. VIX trying to hold these lows. Big pop on the VIX off the lows. Roblox trying to bounce. Tesla off. Roku fading some of its gains from this morning. They're killing a lot of option premium. A lot of these options. A lot of stocks, if you're trading options, they're pulling these back for Friday's expiration. They're killing premium. which also gives you an opportunity if these bounce at this point. Apple's still pulling back. After huge earnings, Apple's fading all of those gains from yesterday's gap into this morning. Apple fading all of that back to 134.
Can you walk us through the potential pricing for a booster in that market, considering that J&J and Astra have suffered some reputational damage, and it looks like a lot of countries are going to be betting big on boosters for Pfizer and Moderna. Can you walk us through the pricing landscape that you're looking at?
So we have not talked publicly yet about pricing. I could envision a similar type of price.
We're at 340, major gamma level at 340. On the Qs, major gamma level for a bounce. Watch this level. It's traded around 340 several times along the last few days, above 340. Looking for a bounce here.
But the key really is to help the world, including the South. If you think about it, we will not need, if next year is a boost market, to increase capacity if we only cared about
Watching for a bounce now. Qs.
we have less than 1 billion people. And we're already going to have way in excess of 1 billion ramp-up capacity as we go into 2022.
All right, some of these energy names starting to fade now.
As a global population, as a global collaboration in the next 12 to 18 months, it's going to keep on going. And so we really need the entire planet to be boosted next year.
Let's talk a bit about stability. You're now fridge safe, and that is a huge difference. Have you made any changes to the products, or is this simply just learning from experience and understanding the stability regime that the product needs?
Yes, indeed, when we launched the product, as you know, we didn't have time to do all the work we're supposed to do.
AMD trying to push off of yesterday's level. Look for it to get back above 85, 86. AMD. AMD watching for some dip buyers. AMD holding just above the 200-day, 9, 21, and 50-day. Spaghetti down below. Looking for buyers to continue. That was a pretty big, nasty candle yesterday, selling from the open. Roblox starting to bounce. Tesla starting to find some shorts covering. Roku trying to bounce. US Silica trying to follow through.
Yes, so the good news is our head of manufacturing, used to run manufacturing for Novartis worldwide, so he's used to scale. And so last year, in February 2020, when we started, chasing this virus, believing it was going to be a pandemic, we started placing orders right away. With some suppliers, we had to cut literally $100 million checks so we could go buy machines, hire additional people, buy raw materials, because they were worried about the vaccine failure if it would have failed in the clinic, which of course, thankfully, it did not. And so one of the reasons of today's announcement is actually to be able to reach to suppliers. I've already sent several emails this morning to the CEOs of our key suppliers.
SPY and the Qs continue to fade. Eli Lilly. Watch Eli Lilly. All right, so that's right at support again. Looking for a push higher on Eli. Trade desk. Continuation, moving through the 50-day. Let's look at Qualcomm. Qualcomm on the dip. Watching Qualcomm on the dip. Nice gap up, but I don't want to chase it way up there. If it pulls back a little bit more, might do something there. Facebook. Also fading. Big gap. Profit taking. Wait for the profit taking to subside. We'll wait for a nice little entry on some of these. SPY and the Qs. Fading into the gap. All right, showing relative strength. We're watching these stocks that are showing relative strength. Once the markets do turn, and some of these can hold. Vaxart giving back all of the gains this morning, except for the gap. JAKKS Pacific, note that this hasn't faded. JAKKS Pacific hasn't faded yet. That looks interesting. Do they have earnings, or do they already have earnings? JAKKS. JAKK. I'm not in a big hurry. I'm waiting for these stocks to all right, so we're starting to see some buyers coming in now. Starting to see buyers. JAKKS Pacific. Now that the markets are turning, all right, April 28th. Did they already report? JAKKS, yeah, JAKKS reported. JAKKS Pacific reported a loss of $1.77 per share on revenues of $83.8 million. Consensus estimate was for a loss of $3.57, so almost a $2 beat, even though they had a loss, which always kind of funny in my mind. But let's see what JAKKS looks like. Is it going to continue? Looks like it's going to continue. No options on this one. JAKKS. It has potential to continue. Relative strength showing up on JAKKS. All right, let's go take a look at the S&P 500. That was... That saw a lot of oil and gas names. LKQ. That's not Lukoil, is it? They didn't change their symbol, did they? LKQ. Distributes aftermarket replacement parts to collision repair shops and mechanical repair shops. So it looks like LKQ is following what we're seeing on AZ AutoZone and other auto parts. Carparts.com following through. All right, so those look pretty good. LKQ. Qualcomm fading. We're watching that. Real estate has been doing well. Realty Income Corp, a REIT, following through. Right now we're just searching through the markets for best opportunities while we're waiting for these pullbacks. DXC Corp, look at that nice pop there on DXC. Just now breaking out above 32.45, trading 33.31 last. MACD is about to cross. DXC looks good. DXC. All right, DXC has earnings in May, towards the end of May. Provides information technology, consulting, outsourcing, and support services, as you know. Projected to make $3.44 in earnings in 2022, $2.40 this year. That's a drop, about a 50% drop from the previous year, 2020. Trend is up, higher highs, breaking out. All right, watching for a follow through there. Recently dipped to the 21-day, consolidated for a week and a half, and now it's starting to break out. Looks good. I'd like to see more volume. DXC. Let's see who is trading the highest volume. That'll give us an idea of what we should be looking at. All right, let's see. Overstock.com is trading 13 times volume. OSTK. That one's in play, but it's fading. So wait for the fade to get, once it starts to get bought. This breakout level right around 84. It dropped below that. It's trading at 80. Watch Overstock. This might be an opportunity on Overstock. Huge volume. Relative volume is 13 times normal. Let's look at the 5-minute Overstock. Still fading. No signs of buyers yet. Vaxart faded the highs. That one had a nice move today. Vaxart. Income Realty we just talked about. All right, that's fading. Most stocks are fading. So wait for the buyers. All right, so you can see buyers here on Royal Caribbean faded the entire gap, 92, a $5 gap there. Coming back down, buyers stepping up, looking like it's going to follow through. Royal Caribbean, Norwegian Cruise Lines, Carnival, seeing some action today. Not in a big hurry to do anything until the markets can find its footing. McEwen Mining, that's a cheap name, MUX. I saw some people talking about this in the room. Not interested. Clover is back again today. Clover. Our doji above yesterday's high. Looks like it's going to continue. Watch Clover. Maybe trade options on Clover. Maybe you have some sort of follow through. Let's see what the 5-minute looks like. Yeah, it looks like it's going to return to the highs of the day. Clover. Clover's trading above average volume. Political posturing at its best. Apache looking for a follow through there on Apache. Little fade from the highs. Looking for buyers to step up. Silica again trying to break out. U.S. Silica, one of the strongest in the energy group, continues to hold up. No fade here. SPY and the Qs. So we're going to fade this entire gap. Wow. So 420, 4200 was a major gamma level. We can see that we continue to see a fade here. SPY just keeps pulling back. All right, energy names starting to bounce now. Wow, the fades here are unbelievable. I mean, these have faded considerable amount of gains from this morning. People still selling. All right, energy's holding up though. Energy's holding up. Let me see sectors. All right, the interesting thing is we have about 75% of sectors, almost 80% of sectors are green. 20 to 25% are red. Strongest sector, communication. That's Facebook, Disney, Roku, Netflix, etc. Speaking of Netflix, let's take a look at Netflix. Netflix still fading. No follow through there. Roblox fading. Watching U.S. Silica. All right, U.S. Silica showing relative strength in the fracking industry. I didn't catch Biden's comments. I don't know if he said anything about energy production in the U.S. or not. All right, Silica trying to push higher. Coca-Cola, consumer staples, Square pulling back. NIO fading. It's got earnings tonight. NIO fading. Ford, gap down. It's down almost 10% on comments from the CEO last night with Kramer. He was talking about the company positively, but the chip shortage continues to impact the company. Investors sold into that news. Merck pulling back on earnings. Merck. Silica looks like it wants to keep going. What's Cleveland Cliffs doing? Energy, oil and gas. All right, we're down to $18 on Cleveland Cliffs. Looking to add to that. AMD trying to bounce. Walmart fading. All right, so don't stick your neck out too far today. Got to wait for the institutions. We're sitting on top of R1 right now, SPY. Very possible we could see a rally or continuation of this and fill the gap. Silica continues to move higher. All right, watching this this candle right here on SPY. Starting to see shorts cover. Need more. Just people taking profits. Just people taking profits. I tell you every morning, I like to take profits in the first 15, 20 minutes of the trading day. Today, it's just taking a little bit longer. The trend is still up. Okay, the trend is still up. Don't be so negative. All right, let's take a look at SPY. Breath is still good. Breath is bullish. So we should see them buy the dip. Tick cumulative is rising. Renko is still telling us that we have an uptrend. There's no red bricks. Okay, we do have these kind of moves lower. Shakes people out. Institutions buy the dip. They rip it back up. And you wonder why you sold. Now, obviously, you got to maintain, good risk management. Tick. Looking for a follow through here. All right, SPY. We're just sitting up here at the highs. We're at all-time highs, folks. So we're still up 0.4%. So look at the bright side. All right, so yesterday we thought we might see a trend break. So we got a stick save there. Got a stick save. And we managed to stochastic to pull back a little bit. So that's good on the 60-minute time frame. So we're actually setting up okay. All right, we're just below that. All right, so we got a major gamma level, a major support level below. We got 420. We knew 420 was going to be difficult. I was surprised that we gapped above it. So there's that trend line. I'm using the bodies of these candles. All right, at the close yesterday, it looked like we were going to break down. So there was a possibility that we would break down. So the positive side is that we're not breaking down. And that's just below the last few days we've got this range here. What are these people talking about? All right, so we got this range right in here.
There's not enough tax in the world for private sector to pay for all of this. It's going to have to be a public-private partnership. Global markets never sleep, so stay connected with Francine Lacqua in London, Matt Miller in Berlin, and Kaylee Lyons in New York.
All right, so we're looking for that this range breakout. Give me a second. I just did a swipe on my Mac and it messed me up here. Chrome. All right, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I just swiped to the left and I exited StreamYard there for a second. All right, so we're watching this trend line. Doesn't look like we're going to bounce yet. We're still trading just off of all-time highs. Mic check. Everything good? Mic check, mic check. All right, so we're good. All right. Okay, let's watch. We need to see at least a few candles here, a few bullish candles. Otherwise, this is a bear flag. We're below VWAP, so we're starting off with a bearish day. And we're looking at this price action over here, where we've traded the last few days. All right, so we got this rectangle right in here. We could see that contain price action. Let me just put the all right, SPY. All right, still pushing a bit lower. Looks like we're going to come down and test the top of this range from yesterday. Silica continues to press higher. Silica. Trade Desk, Dollar General, watching these. DG. Looks like it wants to go. Dollar General, watch it. Dollar General trying to break out. Going to run into resistance right here. If we can get above 230, 214, if we can get above 214, then you've got a nice break of these pivots right here. 214 could get you 216 pretty quick, looks like. All right, looks good, Rob. I like it. All right, SPY in the cues. Need to see more bullish candles, folks. Don't assume. Clover looks good. Clover looks good. Starting to bounce. Above average volume. U.S. Silica continues to push higher. Clover as well.
But big quarters, lots of growth. Facebook's bottom line growth, really impressive at 93%. So these, of course, are the big stay-at-home stocks. It seems that the strength is continuing for them on a fundamental basis. Apple, of course, that iPhone cycle continuing. ServiceNow down 7.3%. This is one of the more niche.
All right, OSTK, OSTK, Clover, CLOV, SLCA. Looks good. All of these looking good. All right, so SPY and the Qs, no follow through yet. SPY and the Qs, no follow through yet. Bloomin' Brands, BLMN. Facebook showing above average volume. What's Facebook doing? Facebook's holding up very well. Facebook's holding up well. It's not fading like the rest of them. That's pretty interesting when you think about it. Facebook is not fading. Roblox is fading. That's not good. Royal Caribbean, let's see what that looks like now. RCL. All right, pulling back. Qualcomm. What's Qualcomm look like? Qualcomm. All right, I'm watching for the, I want to see the indices moving higher. You can scalp, but I'm waiting for the indices to follow so I can potentially swing some of these names. Qualcomm. All right. All right, SLCA, continuation. Dollar General. Microsoft looking for the bounce. All right, SPY and the Qs still making new lows. Looks like they're going to fill the gap. Let's see. Clover Health, cheap name. Watching the move higher here. Clover. Let's see. Silica, SLCA. Holding up relative strength. This one continues to push higher. No pullbacks, pulling away from VWAP. This is probably going to be a good day for energy names. Silica. Facebook looks like it could fade a little bit here if we can't get some support. Qs, just about filling a gap here on the Qs. Roku faded the entire move this morning. Got a nice upgrade. It was up over 14 bucks. It's only up $1 now, and it's fading fast. That's probably going to take away the rest of those gains. SPY and the Qs pulling back now. Apple at the lows. They're going to keep this in between those strangle levels, keeping it contained within 4.5%. Apple. SPY and the Qs continue to fade. U.S. Silica at the highs. Facebook is starting to succumb to the drag in the markets right now. Walmart trying to bounce. Coca-Cola looks good. Wells Fargo looks good. Dollar General. Trade Desk. All right, SPY on the Q still pulling back. We're trading near all-time highs. Okay, we tagged fresh new all-time highs this morning, fading that level back into yesterday's all-time highs. So keep it in perspective. I know it's not any consolation if you're sitting on calls that aren't working, but looking for a bounce, almost filling the gap now. Another buck, less than a buck now, and we'll be down to yesterday's close. Wow, I can't believe they're fading this entire move. So they sold into strength. Tick cumulative just crossed over. 5 minute just crossed over, and now we got a red signal on tick cumulative. AMD pulling back. AMD. All right, so people are just selling like crazy here. Looks like. Looking for a bounce. Looking for a bounce. You know, institutions will most likely step up and buy the dip. Just waiting. Our best opportunity is to wait for them to give us the signal. Right now we don't have a signal. It's just more selling. RSI is not oversold yet, and we have this gap down there at 417.40. And believe it or not, there's not that many blocks. The biggest block was 300,000, and that's not very much. Yeah, we're pretty close to gap fill. Gap fill, pennies away. Yep. I'm looking for a bounce here. I might buy some calls now. Might buy some calls for tomorrow. All right, let me buy some calls for tomorrow. We could still see more downside. All right, so just know I'm looking to buy the dip here on SPY calls. Let's see. Can we get back to 420? All right, I was thinking about buying 10 calls. I'll buy half of that. And if we move a bit lower, I'll look for that bounce. The gap fill is right there. We're sitting on top of the daily point, the monthly point of control and weekly point of control right here. We just tapped it, looking for a reversal. All right, it's what I say every day. We take profits first 30 minutes of the trading day, and then we wait for institutions. We haven't seen their signals yet, so we got to wait. We're waiting for their signal. All right. Looks like I just bought some SPY call. I bought the 420s for tomorrow. All right, we could still see more downside, so don't do a massive move here. Don't look at a massive move here. We're still not quite oversold. We could turn or we could push it a little bit lower. So these calls are 60 cents, 68 cents. All right, watching for a bounce. Watching for a bounce. What happened to Charlie? He's not broadcasting today? All right, waiting for the bounce. Waiting for the bounce, waiting for buyers to come in. All right, so far we've got Bloomin' Brands with high relative volume, Realty Income, symbol O for Office Realty, symbol O. Vaxart trading 7.6 times R-ball. That faded. Sorry about that. Just dropping off the screen here. All right, so let's get a nice little rip back in the opposite direction. Why don't we? I'll add to it if we start to string together 3 or 4 bullish candles. Consistency breeds success. Selling in the morning, taking profits first 30 minutes. First 30 minutes, I like to take profits. Then I wait. Waiting doesn't mean 31 minutes after the open. It means waiting for institutions to show their hand. They haven't really been selling much volume. We just made a fresh all-time high, the gap up this morning. We did fade it, but on low volume. Institutions weren't participating. There's a possibility we could push a bit lower. So if this doesn't start to rally, I'll take those SPY calls off for a couple of pennies. And then look for a little further dip. We could see about 60 more cents downside. We got pretty close to yesterday's closing level. Is this close enough for the gap to fill? Or do we technically need to go down to 417.40? We'll see. We have a bearish tone to the market right now, and we faded below VWAP. So just like when price action's above VWAP, we're looking for price action to be, right now it's below VWAP, so we have a negative or a bearish bias right now until we get back above VWAP. Volume was pretty high. Let's look at some of these names that are running. US Silica still putting in higher highs and higher lows, trying to push away from VWAP. The opposite of SPY. Extreme Networks, EXTR, showing up, EXTR. That looks good. EXTR looks good. Relative volume. EXTR 6 times. EXTR looks good. Let's look at the daily chart. All right, SPY, no follow through yet. EXTR breaking out above 1112. That's a flat base breakout. Lots of volume telling you institutions are in this. Are they in it for 50 cents? We talked about this. Are they in it for 50 cents, or are they going to look for higher levels? All right, if SPY starts to fade here, I'll just go ahead and take these calls off and look for another dip to buy. Looking for more bullish candles. So consistency breeds success, right? We take profits every day. We do the same thing. We take profits. We wait for institutions to tell us what to do. Until they tell us that they're buying, we assume that the trend will continue lower. At some point, we should see a retest of VWAP, you would think. Waiting for that pivot low. Could see more downside still. All right, so looks good. VWAP is overhead, so the trend is lower. You can see once we move below VWAP, price action tends to stay below there. So we're watching how this is playing out right now. Could see more downside. Could see a gap fill totally at 417.40. If we start to drop here more, I'll take these calls off. All right, trend starting to move higher. Trend. Thank you, Paulo. Bloomin' Brands. Bloomin'. All right, so we're below VWAP, looking for a bounce. Looking for more stocks to find buyers. Looking for more stocks to find buyers. What's Facebook doing? Facebook is holding up very well, all things considered. Buying the Qs, I don't know, they look precarious here. All right, I'm going to take these calls off flat. All right, I'm out of these 420 calls flat. If we start to move, I'll buy them back. It's not doing what I thought it would do. I thought it was going to reverse pretty quick. Not happening yet. All right, I'm out of these calls flat. All right, we'll see if buyers step up. Give me 1 second. I got to take a couple of minute break. I'll be right back.
The other thing the industry has to wind up contending with is what happens if oil and gas subsidies go away in D.C. and you have to deal with higher corporate taxes. And specifically, I'm interested if that's going to raise the cost of production for the shale industry in particular, and then how that winds up impacting growth.
Yeah, and I think, Alex, there's a bunch of sort of misunderstanding here. I mean, a lot of the talk has always been about what's called IDCs or intangible growth credits. But that's actually just about the rate at which we accelerate the depreciation or the rate at which we depreciate capital that we've invested in the business. It's actually not a subsidy. It's just the pace at which we're allowed to depreciate that capital.
But it helps, Doug. But it really helps.
It does, but it does wash itself out. I think what's really important here, and it's actually the macro on taxes in the United States. If our tax environment corporately is not competitive, capital will leave the country. It will go to other places. That will actually impact jobs. It will impact the domestic growth. It will impact incomes. It will impact government revenues. So I think as Washington explores this, and I do think there are calm minds there who will do this, they'll realize if we're not competitive with other parts of the planet, it will have a very negative impact on the country. In our industry specifically, we've worked for decades to become energy independent. We are now energy independent. We would not want to put that at risk, whether that's the jobs or the national security.
Doug, do you think you're going to be paying more taxes?
Well, I think it's reasonable that there may be some increase. I don't think the things that have been put on the table will actually turn out to be where we end up because of this competitiveness thing. But clearly, the country, as many countries in the world, have faced a lot of challenges over this last year and have had to inject a lot of money into the economy, and they have to find a way to pay for those things. So I expect there'll be some, but I think it'll be very modest. Otherwise, we won't end up with more taxes
think it's actually going to have a material impact on the cost of production?
Well, it could over time. I mean, markets, you guys know this, I'm talking to experts here. Markets
Hardly.
actually, markets actually work when the cost of the product, of making the product, delivering the product goes up. Ultimately, that flows to the consumer. Sometimes it takes a while to do that, but it ultimately does. Because investors, the people that put money into these projects, have to get a return, otherwise the projects don't happen and it impacts supply. So if taxes went up significantly, I mean, the United States is one of the largest producers of oil and natural gas in the world. In fact, arguably, even after the pandemic, still number one. You would impact prices if you raised it significantly.
All right, Doug, really appreciate it. Thanks so much. Good to catch up with you. Doug Suttles, Ovintiv CEO, joining us there. And tune in later on today for Commodities Edge. It's my conversation with the head of sustainable development over at Glencore. They're a miner and they got to go green. How do you do that? We'll be breaking that down at 1 p.m. here in New York. Guy, that's the interesting thing about all these companies is that, you know, you want to talk about $70 oil and then higher taxes, but at the end of the day, all of these commodity companies all have to figure out how to green their stuff, and that all costs a lot of money and takes a lot of time.
Absolutely. You're going to talk about copper at 10,000. You're going to talk about what's happening with this week.
Yes, I am.
Has been amazing for the commodity space. And
The commodity space is always amazing, okay? Number one. And
Okay,
number two, you were...
okay. But my question is, are we getting to the point at which this is starting to run out of steam? Copper's been on a tear. A lot of this has got to be priced in. A lot of investors I'm talking to at the moment are saying, you know what, this is priced in. We're starting to get to that point, and I'm just wondering, kind of, when we get into the inflection point where we do get to that stage where actually copper is kind of a bit like the market. Jay Powell described it as frothy yesterday.
Well, yeah, and it goes to the whole point of if it's transitory or not. Now, there's some signs in China that actually were peaking out a little bit, like Shanghai inventories for copper are starting to rise, like the ARB for exporting copper is starting to deteriorate. There are those signs, but how long will that last? And is the bull market is still going to be there because the demand is so strong? That's something that I think the market's still trying to figure out.
We're going to put seeds in next hour. In fact, I'm really looking forward. Syngenta's going to be joining us. They sell seeds. Newmont as well. Gold.
Yeah,
Don't really suffer. Is Bitcoin the biggest threat to Newmont
They
right
are
now?
literally playing the music. They're playing the music for us to stop talking.
Okay.
They do keep.
I'll stop talking.
They're basically like, stop talking.
This
Go
is
to break.
Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg.
All right, SPY is still trying to find a level here. Looks like pretty close to a gap fill. All right, Facebook trying to bounce. Facebook is trying to bounce. Hold on a second. Hello? Hello? You're speaking to him. All right, sorry about that.
Very disappointed at the situation. We're taking it very seriously. We're reviewing the different client office relationships as well as the GFO, the family office relationships, reviewing the risk management processes as well.
All right. So most stocks are looking okay. They could look better. We're trading at all-time highs.
As we're into an hour and a half into trading here in the U.S. We've definitely seen a shine
All right, a lot of these stocks look like a follow through. I agree, David. A lot of these energy names look good. Marathon Oil, Matador, Devon Energy, ExxonMobil, etc. Cleveland Cliffs starting to see some buyers down here at 1775. Cleveland Cliffs pulling back to the moving averages. Support. Cleveland Cliffs. Cleveland Cliffs pulling back to support at the 21-day. Looking for a follow through. If it closes below these levels, I'd probably, I don't know. I could sell some covered calls on any bounce. Or no, I thought this was going to follow through. I thought for sure it would get through 19. All right, watching the SPY here. I might buy those SPY calls again. SPY calls, the 420s are still the play for me. If we start to bounce, I'm going to buy those calls back again. I'd like to see a string of bullish candles. That's what I didn't catch last time was a string of bullish candles. So that's what I'm looking for right now. Okay, so we're looking for that right now. All right, looking for this bounce. All right, OCGN looks like it's going to rally again. Watch OCGN. Watch SPY here. SPY looking for a string of candles. This is where we were looking for. That's so close to a gap fill. They're looking at that wick there, I guess. I don't know. Here's yesterday's close, that dashed line. Now what I'm looking for is a string of bullish candles. We got to get through VWAP. That's the next hurdle. So this pivot high and the next hurdle being VWAP. OCGN looking for a follow through. OCGN. That stock is crazy. It's trading like Revit. People are on it. It's sideways now. Narrow range. I'll pass on that one for now.
It's 11 o'clock.
SPY looking for this continuation. All right, stocks are looking better. More stocks are starting to bounce. More stocks are starting to see bullish candles. More stocks. All right, stocks are starting to bounce, looking better, coming off the low. Shorts covering. VIX is up 3%. Looking for a fade there on the VIX. Silica at the highs, Microsoft's at the lows. VIX starting to fade. Watch VIX. Need VIX to fade to get SPY to rally. All right, we're starting to push a bit higher now. A little bit of red coming in there. We need to string together 2 or 3 more bullish candles. We really need to see the SPY and the Qs giving us a tailwind, a bounce. After a huge move, pre-market, overnight, pre-market, we faded that entire move. Nearly a gap fill on the SPY and the Qs. Close enough for horseshoes and hand grenades, I guess. Looking for evidence on the FANG stocks to bounce as well. Oh, I'm so tired of hearing this. All right, SPY and the Qs looking for a follow through. Turn the music on. That way you'll think that I'm actually playing music. I don't have a music license to broadcast. I've seen a couple offered for use in a broadcast. So I'll have to check that out. Maybe this weekend I'll get that all squared away. For now, just wanted to have a nice clean stream where you could hear me talking and see what we're looking at. More important than me playing music in the background. All right, so Facebook's still hanging in there. GNRC, buyers stepping up at the low of the day. Nice big range. You can see from about 312 all the way up to 335. A range for the month of April. GNRC looks like it could break out of this range, this box. If it does, look for a test of the highs. Watching GNRC. The communications sector doing well. Comcast, CMCSA. CB Richard Ellis, this is real estate in the Northeast, real estate. Qualcomm fading, looking for a trade on Qualcomm, might take a few more days. Cincinnati Financial Insurance, Northrop Grumman, earnings out tonight, this morning rather, sorry. Northrop continues to push higher. What does Lockheed Martin look like? Lockheed, similar. Looks like it's going to start moving again. I was hoping for a pullback to the 200-day for a better entry. All right, SPY reluctantly crouched at the starting line. Engines pumping and thumping in time. All right, watching for a follow-through. All right, let's look at the military aerospace defense group. Northrop showing some promise there. SPY looks like it's going to get going here. Watch SPY. AVAV. Alcoa Aluminum. Trending. Smith & Wesson. American Outdoor Brands. BAE Systems. Boeing. Below the 50-day. No follow-through yet. Century Aluminum. Looking for that to follow through. Trending. All right, SPY looks like it's going to get going here. I'll shift to that in a second. FLIR Systems, trending. General Dynamics, moving higher. Huntington Ingalls, breaking higher. Huntington Ingalls, HII. All right, so these look good. Kratos Defense, back above the 50-day. L3 Harris, back above the 21-day, 9 EMA. That looks good. Lockheed Martin, as we just mentioned. Mantech, looking strong, looking for a follow-through. Mantech, M-A-N-T. All of these aerospace and defense names look good off the back of Northrop Grumman earnings this morning. All right. All right, so let's go take a look at SPY. SPY is starting to get some more short covering and fresh buying down here at yesterday's close. SPY. SPY following through now. VIX dropping off. Comrade. All right, SPY. All right, so this is what we've been looking for. All right, commit this to memory. All right, more blocks too. More blocks are starting to show up. So this is what I'm looking forward to. When you're looking at, when I tell you in the morning that I'm taking profits off into strength, this is what I'm looking at. Okay, today it's a little bit different. We gapped up huge above. IBM to acquire. Almost blew me out of my chair there, Charlie. This is what I'm looking for. I take profits first 30 minutes, and then look for institutions to give us a signal. All right, so giving us a signal, we're starting to see multiple candles strung together. All right, right here I tried to go long. It didn't work. Actually, over here. Tried to go long, thought we might start to reverse. Didn't fill the gap. Actually, it was this one, wasn't it? It was close to the gap. So it was right in here, try to get long. Now we're starting to reverse. Looking for more follow through. Get above VIX, VWAP, sorry. Forget above VWAP, then we'll see a follow through most likely. VIX needs to continue.
Dolphin Entertainment shares at the highs now, up 16, 17% now for DLPN, Delta Lima Papa November.
Dolphin Entertainment added again today. Let's see what kind of relative volume it has. DLPN is trading 2.3 times our vol. Dolphin Entertainment, DLPN. All right, SPY looking better. DLPN, Dolphin Entertainment. All right, starting to go. Dolphin. All right, looks good on the daily chart too. ABCD pattern on the daily chart. Dolphin. Dolphin Entertainment looks good here. Starting to go. Dolphin, DLPN. Watch DLPN. Looks good on the daily chart. Watch Dolphin, DLPN. Charlie's mentioning it too. All right, you got a nice follow through. Pulling away from VWAP. We want to see relative volume. Look at the relative volume. That tells you a stock is in play. All right, we're looking for news. I don't see any news yet, but look at the daily chart on Dolphin. All right, so this looks good. You pushed off the 50-day. Volume starting to pick up. Now we're breaking out above 1297. We're above 1350 right now, 1350. Looks like the next level is 1450, at least $1 before we run into the resistance. RSI is rising. Dolphin looks good. Our vol is 2.4. All right, stop is 12-ish. All right, Dolphin Entertainment flying now. Can we get this one up to 32 in the next few days? I guess if Reddit traders are trading it. Watch SPY. SPY continues to look good now. All right, SPY continuation.
Sector to pay for all of this, it's going to have to be a public-private partnership.
They're going to spend another $4 trillion on top of the $3 trillion they spent before. I mean, where is this money going to come from? I think the total GDP is what, $3 trillion? What's total GDP? You take every bit of gain, total GDP. Every bit of gain for the United States in GDP, what's the total GDP? Total gross domestic product. All right, just tell me. GDP, 5 trillion?
Well, as we were seeing record highs in the equity index, we're off the highs, I should say. We saw copper topping 10,000. Same thing, we're off the highs, we're at 9902, but we did top that 10,000 mark. That's not the record high that we saw back in 2011, but this very much speaks to the supply and demand story. You have some mines that are shut down due to COVID. Also, a lot of the easy copper has already been mined, and now it is more difficult places, which make it a lot more difficult to get at it. Yet, demand still very voracious. Just look at what's happening with EVs and your home and building houses and all of that contributes
21 trillion,
to China. So
2019.
how much
All right, I was off by about 18 trillion,
in which case is a trend
17 trillion. That's close enough. 21 trillion in 2019. All right. Still stands. If you take all of the profits from everybody that makes anything, we're spending. Fed is printing half of that amount of GDP. Wow, that's amazing. That's a lot of money. All right, Dolphin Entertainment following through. Google at highs. Google continues higher. Looks good. All right, SPY looking for a follow through.
Corporation topping to the high on volume, $9.32, up 4%. Yankee Echo Lima Lima.
You don't do that much copper, but I'm interested to get your take on whether or not you think we're kind of getting to the point at which all of the...
Well, I'm primarily a gold miner, and I think there's still a very good story to run about gold. We have some nice exposure to copper. We've got
Copper?
coming out of our Boddington mine in Australia. As we bring on a
Love that Australian accent.
produce some copper. And then in our organic project pipeline, we've got 3 very big projects that have a lot of copper.
All right.
So for Newmont, by the end of this decade, we'll have 15 to 20% of our metal will be copper. And I'm pretty excited about having good exposure to copper at that time when the world's going through the energy transition. But we'll make those investment decisions based on a view of
Roku starting to bounce
copper.
off the lows. Roku,
I think copper's got a pretty good story.
U.S. Silica continuation.
Is more towards the end of this decade when they've got some nice exposure to it.
So, my question, Tom, is twofold with that. It sounds like then you are a believer in the copper supercycle story that seems to be permeating among analysts. And if so, do you also need more acquisition heft to even increase that portfolio over the next decade?
We've actually got within our organic project pipeline very nice exposure to copper. So we don't have to do anything
Copper.
else but ship it through the projects that sit in their early stage of development to get that exposure to copper. And what we're finding is we go and look at opportunities to bolt onto our portfolio. And we made an acquisition of a company called GT Gold just in the first quarter. We look at the jurisdiction, we look at the quality of the asset, has it got a long life? And what we're finding when we look at those prospects, that copper often comes with gold. So it's focusing on our strategy to be the world's leading.
All right, SPY in the Qs starting to fade just below VWAP. All right, watch. We need to get through VWAP. VWAP is starting to turn. VWAP is starting to turn. Crocs, follow through on Crocs. Let's go see what's working. S&P 500. Chubb. Chubb, nice follow through. Comcast. Hershey's. Look at that move on Hershey's. Wow. Beautiful.
Sitting at very healthy levels, and as demonstrated, it's been sitting at that $1,700, $1,800 and above mark for some time now. When I look forward and you look at the level of fiscal and monetary stimulus that's coming into the global economies, there's still the level of uncertainty around the world. I think there are a lot of signals that gold can maintain current levels. It may even move.
Applied Materials, watching that one. Applied Materials, seeing volume on Applied Materials.
We run with discipline, assuming gold's at $1,200. We're beautifully leveraged to that higher gold price. So current levels makes a very, very healthy business at Newmont, and I think there are a lot of things that would point to gold going above current levels as we look out into the medium term.
Well, Tom, I wonder if we just take a look at the demand part of that. A lot of that's going to be an inflationary hedge. Some are saying that Bitcoin is kind of taking some gold spotlight. Do you have evidence? Have you seen that in terms of investors opting for a different type of safe haven?
All right, Microsoft not giving any kind of follow-through signal. Trading back in that wick of yesterday.
Pakistan buys 13
Lulu looks good. Watch Lulu.
three Chinese companies to receive $2.4 million of
Dow Jones.
COVID-19 vaccine.
Apple trying to bounce. Can we get a follow-through on Apple? Apple's buying back shares. I think they have to wait. Don't they have to wait a couple of weeks after earnings before they start buying back shares?
I think my heart goes out to the communities throughout India as they battle with the tragedy of the pandemic, and we're seeing it in many other parts of the world as well. We were seeing some increased buying in India and China on the jewelry side. I think as they work their way through, and I'm confident they will come out the other side of the pandemic and what they're experiencing at the moment, we'll continue to see India as one of those key places where demand for gold.
All right, looking for higher lows and higher highs. We need to get through VWAP. We must get through VWAP if we're looking for higher levels. Next hurdle is VWAP.
For gold was like the conversation we were having in the market. When do you think we hit 2?
Well, we've played with the last 12 months, and there's certainly some indications when you look at that level of stimulus coming into economies that we could approach up to 2. I'm not one to bet as to when that might be.
So it looked like a short duration buy program. It took about 30 minutes for that little bounce. Tick cumulative fast signal is still dropping, so that's telling you they're selling into strength. Although they're not doing it in large volumes, blocks are pretty low today. OSTK starting to bounce. Bloomin' Brands after the fade. All right, Bloomin' back above VWAP. Vaxart faded. Clover. All right, Clover's trying to get back above VWAP. Watch Clover Health, CLOV. Watching Clover, it's trading 5 times regular volume, almost 5.5. Facebook, Maxim, we're watching that. DXC. DXC has been pretty active today. Dexcom, DXC. That's at the high of the day. Dexcom, DXC, breaking out. Bollinger Band expansion, DXC. All right, starting to pull back towards VWAP now. SPY needs to get through VWAP. A higher low is fine. Let's get a higher low. Yep, tick is still showing selling into strength. Need breath to turn as well. Sometimes you have to wait longer than usual. I mean, talk about the moves. The size of the move today was huge off of whatever you want to call it, Biden comments about spending, which is going to take about 12 to 18 months just for that M2 surge to filter into the market. I think he's talking about another $3 or $4 trillion in stimulus. DXC looks like it wants to keep going.
President Biden, I know, is particularly
REDA, Rada Electronic shares spiking to the highs, $13.27. REDA.
whether that's something that we need to deploy. Europe is already looking at that.
We do believe it will continue for at least for the next 6 months, but most likely for the full year.
At the moment, we don't experience problems because of that issues.
Looking for a higher low in SPY and a higher high. Looking for a move above VWAP. If we can clear VWAP and start the base above VWAP, flag, whatever, get VWAP to start turning, maybe we have a shot at 420 again. If institutions continue to buy. Let's see what Lee Star has to say here. Lee Star, what are you seeing?
It will not before Q1 or Q2 2022.
We are monitoring the situation very carefully, but on that front, for the moment, we feel rather safe.
Classify a gap with unprecedented demand versus what we install. Okay, will last up to the end of the year.
It's a fight out there, and you have to be in daily contact with your suppliers.
7,500 of the 300, the June 21st, June 18th, the 300 call, we're seeing 7,500 of those trading. The June 300 call, 7,500 of those in the money trading for $28.75. Deep in the money. All right, SPY need to see a higher low, translate it into a higher high. All right, we're starting to see more stocks, a little short covering and some more stocks. Apple.
But that's an average. Some companies are going to be much worse than that. Anyway, we're going to hear more from Guillaume Faury, the Airbus CEO. That's going to be coming up this Bloomberg.
Apple starting to turn. That should help the SPY and the Qs. Apple should turn here. Trying to get back of a VWAP. Watch Apple here. Cheap calls for tomorrow's expiration, just out of the money.
WIP, Grab Technologies getting a little pop here. Company retweeting a tweet from Inventors Network regarding the inventor of the bowler wrap. That's WIP, Grab Technologies.
Model minority myth wasn't something that was fabricated by the Asian American. It was created with a tool to alienate the Black and the Asian American communities, and it was incredibly successful.
We know the racism didn't begin yesterday. We know it's probably not going to end tomorrow, but it is our job to make sure that there's progress and we keep people safe, give people dignity.
All right. SPY call. Apple calls are very cheap. Facebook looking for a follow through. Facebook looking for a bounce that follows through. Apple. All right. Facebook is going. Facebook looks good. At the 50% retracement now.
PIXY, Chip Pixie getting a spike here to the high, $2.95. PIXY.
Yeah. They're still pretty cheap. Apple's pretty cheap. Watching price action. Thank you, Corey. Apple looking for a push higher. Move back above VWAP. The dealers have to keep buying the FANG stocks. I'm watching. Netflix is still sitting here. VIX trying to bounce. All right, so we got a lot of cross currents right now. Tick Cumulative still telling us the important part is institutions are selling more than they're buying. Breadth is still 2-to-1 down volume, so it's going to take a little bit longer than usual to see how this writes, if it writes itself, or if we're making a new low. Not able to get back above VWAP right now. Feels like we could test the lows pretty easily. FANG stocks aren't looking spectacular. VIX is ticking a bit higher. Dolphin Entertainment continues higher, DLPN.
LGI, Loandepot, and LGI Homes debut LGI Mortgage Solutions. That's Lehman Delta India.
Dolphin Entertainment continuation. SPY and the Qs. Watching VIX. It all depends on VIX right now.
Use of dry stock. Tailings at Corey's. That's EGO, Ecocal Oscar.
Roku got an alpha signal today. Roku had a nice follow through this morning. It faded a 14-point move, Roku. So that's a little suspect. Everybody took profits this morning. They piled in and took profits into that gap up, 14 points. Dolphin Entertainment looks like it wants to continue. SPY and the Qs look like they're going to come back in. Back down to the lows. All right. No follow through yet. We're trading near all-time highs. We're only $2 off of all-time highs on the SPY. Yeah, rubbery shoes, Crocs with a beat, Crocs with a beat. All right. Not feeling compelled to jump in feet first yet. SPY and the Q's still coming back. SPY's ticking lower now. No follow through. $60 minutes right near the 20 EMA. There's the 20 EMA on the 60 minute. Just below 418, 417.68. We've bounced off of that level once, right there in the previous hourly candle. We bounced off of the 20 EMA 60 minute. If we lose the 20 EMA, look for it to start heading lower pretty quick. NVIDIA rolling over. Facebook starting to show some weakness. Apple starting to show some weakness. No follow through yet. Try to take it easy on the long side right now until we see a follow through. We need to see a higher low and buyers show up. You know what they look like. You've seen them recently. They come in and then boom, they just reverse things. We start to see multiple candles, higher lows, and then we see volume coming in. Right now, we just, no blocks. No blocks have traded in the last 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I didn't catch the last print there, 417.14. That could have been over a half an hour ago. Total, we've got about 1.5 million, maybe 1.75 million has traded thus far on SPY. That's nothing. That's nothing. On a regular day, we would normally see at least 2, 3, 4, 5 million by this time of day. It's almost lunchtime. And about twice as many blocks, much larger size, 500,000, 1 million. We don't see that yet, so they're not selling massively, but they are selling some into strength. So Tick Cumulative continues to tell us to wait. I'll wait. U.S. Silica pulling back a little bit. Looking for these dips to get bought.
Yeah, that's a very important question. And in fact, there's not a single answer to that question. We have different market segments with very different dynamics. When it comes to the single
All right.
production, actually, it's quite directly connected. And we think that when we will see the tipping point in terms of passenger traffic on the single aisle, this will be a strong signal for the recovery or the start of the recovery on the airplane deliveries. On the wide bodies, it's a very different situation. There was already overcapacity.
All right, so no follow through. We couldn't get above VWAP. We got an H pattern here. Looks like a lowercase h. If this takes out the 240E here, that's the 20 EMA. Look for a test of 417. Not doing anything until, sitting on my hands until the markets can give us a clearer signal.
In terms of new orders, though, you talk about deliveries. Let's talk about new orders. When do you think airlines are going to be in a position to place new orders for new planes?
We have started to see the first indications in North America and the US that airlines are starting to look at new orders.
Indication.
Single aisle, or solely for single aisle. That's the US. We
All right, so energy names fading as well. We've got a few speculative names working at the moment. Some retail. Apple pulling back. Can't believe Apple. They're just selling Apple like they are. I mean, Apple was trading below 52-week highs and it had a blowout. And it's doubling down on its share repurchases. I guess they're just letting the IV leak out of the stock until they do something. But Apple, I'm surprised. We sat there for 2 weeks, no follow through on Apple. Let's look at Apple on the daily. All right, right back into, if we erase today's candle and just looked at price action, we're sitting right where we've been for the last 2 weeks. Volume. All right, they're not selling massively, but we're not getting any kind of lift today either. All right, it's starting to show a sign of maybe a higher low. RSI is still above 50 for Apple, moving sideways post earnings. 5 minute below VWAP, no follow through. Looks like if we're going to see any kind of rally, it's going to be in the evening session after 12 o'clock when institutions and big boys and girls come in to do things. No follow through yet.
EIXY Shift Pixie making new highs now, $3. EIXY.
Starting to get stronger. It will recover from here.
Well, it has to. There's only two of them, right? I mean, that's the thing with these games.
But there isn't. There's going to be three of them. And this is the key question that I think really dominated the Boeing call yesterday. It was about China. Airbus is really set up into China. There is a window of opportunity that at some point is going to close on China because the Chinese are producing airplanes and they're going to get better at it. They have this company called Kodak. At the moment, it's a duopoly in the world. It ain't going to last.
So says your opinion.
Boeing is struggling to sell into that market to get the install base in. Airbus isn't, but at some point Kodak comes in.
That's such a good point because I feel like there's a lot of industries, I'm thinking about Caterpillar in particular, where China is trying to manufacture the low-hanging fruit. So not like the super fancy stuff that Caterpillar makes, but maybe sort of the lower rung, the equipment that then China can make itself. They don't need Caterpillar, and that's going to disrupt the whole sort of corporate supply chain on that point. Anyway, interesting conversation. Good interview.
Apple drifting a bit lower. No follow through. No follow through.
DISH Dish Network. Dish's Ergen says Amazon will be largest customer on our network. That's DISH.
Deal. Dolphin is moving higher now.
All shares hitting a high of 44.98 now, 44.02. That's DISH.
Higher density recurrent batteries. I'm not sure that's true actually. I've got the chemistry on that, but yeah, but there's a gravity and an energy density issue.
And I like whipped cream. So anyway, we can move on.
Okay, we don't want to run airplanes on that. European stocks have settled for the day. We've done ketchup and we've done whipped cream. These are the closing prices. That's a nice there's a lot of red out there talking of ketchup. DAX certainly taking it on the chin there.
All right, Dolphin Entertainment continues to push higher. Spy in the queues looking for a follow through.
Easing rules for vaccinated beginning May 28th. That's from Jeremy's build. GENE, Genetic Technologies, getting a pop here to the highs now, 462. Golf Echo, November Echo.
All right, looking for that higher low. Looking for that elusive higher low on the SPY. You got the bears probably chomping at the bit, looking for lower prices and a test of the gap and these lows from yesterday. So if they can reverse this now, I'm thinking the bulls, if they can reverse this and push it above VWAP, that'd be a higher low and a higher high. Bears would have to cover. That would be fuel to the upside. For now, I'm not giving it much credence. Just speculating on what's going to happen next. Need to see it first before I can act on it. Been sitting on my hands for much of the last hour and a half or so. As the markets continued to sell, faded. Everything was fading, and most everything was fading. A few names showed relative strength. Watch those relative strength names. If this buying picks up right here on a higher low, and we string together another half dozen candles, all right, we could see tick cumulative turn. Tick cumulative has yet to turn. That's key between that and VIX. VIX is moving lower. All right, let's look at the sectors. Sectors are looking pretty decent. I mean, for the most part, they're about 55 to 60% green, 40 to 45% red. All right, and we've got communication sector. That's Facebook, Charter Communications, Discovery, Comcast, Disney, streaming, Roku streaming, Netflix. Not so much Netflix, but they're looking good. The second in the list is energy. Energy is still pretty strong today. So I'm looking for a higher low on the 5-minute. I'm looking for a lot of these stocks that showed strength yesterday to follow through. Buyers step up at the low of the day. Looking for that dip to get bought on a second day. Many of these stocks pushing above their recent pivots and moving averages. Looking for a follow through in energy. Just haven't seen it yet and spying the cues. So if we can get some kind of follow through, maybe this looks a little better. Let's go look at let's look at the value versus growth. All right, growth is pulling in a little bit more, so you can see this red line is dropping. Value working a little bit better. Materials, energy, financials, industrials, those sectors look better. Growth, not so much. And we'll monitor that during the day. We need to see a higher low on SPY. Need a higher low now. Watching for that elusive higher low. And I'd like to see volume coming in. Commodities looking good. We talked about commodities in the weekend video and this week. CRB index, let's go take a look at that. Commodities, seeing rising prices. Copper gold ratio breaking out. That's bullish for the economic outlook in the global economies. CRB index monthly, this is breaking out. All right, breaking out of a 11-year downtrend. 13-year downtrend, sorry. You can see it's breaking out pretty forcefully too. Starting to break out. CRB index, this is forecasting better economic conditions. Even though we faded off of all-time highs, it's not that bad. I'm sure if you're sitting on calls and they're dwindling in premium, you're taking it on the chin. But overall, the longer term looks good. That's why I like to balance options. I only do like 5% maximum, 10% in some occasions. I try to keep my options trading to a minimum and keep my quality stocks that I'm buying on the dip as more of my trades as a percentage. That way, on days like today, I don't suck too much wind. Looking for the dip to get bought. All right, let's go take a look at stocks again. Try to limit the amount of options trading you do. I know some of you are probably trading quite a bit more. I can't tell you what to do, but I just tell you what I'm doing. Or most of these stocks are only up 1%, 1.5%. Cheesecake. Red Robin restaurants. Oh, that looks really pretty. Red Robin looks really good.
whether it's the derecho wind event that surprised us all in Iowa last year, or massive droughts that we've seen in Australia and western United States.
All right, let me look at Red Robin on
China last year. We're seeing
Shares of
increasingly
Lyft
dramatic.
Market
dropping below
Smith.
1692.
Part of the cost of it. I think
Following that comment from the Labor Secretary that gig workers should be
this could last a while if the weather isn't optimal
classified as
for regaining
employees.
the stocks.
So, to that point, sorry, go ahead, Gary.
Also, Uber dropping.
I was going to just add on to that, Eric. So,
Why don't they move on from this whole Lyft thing? Classify them as employees. Was that California they're talking about again?
freight rates are really high. There's not enough water in certain channels to get a tanker over that have the supply, etc.
Red Robin, RRGB, RRGB. Let's see what sales and earnings look like. Red Robin earnings are in June. Red Robin earnings picking up again. Nice daily setup. 95 relative strength rating. Could see better numbers. IBD numbers, but it looks pretty good. Looks pretty good.
Self-sufficient to a significant importer of corn. China had African swine fever with their pork population, and so they've gone to a more industrialized model. So that means more corn and soybeans. So and the world population is growing, and a lot of poor people around the world are getting more income, are becoming more middle class, are going from carbohydrate to eating more protein in their diets. So there's a market growth. There's a climate change impact with weather extremes.
For a swing, Red Robin looks pretty good. Probably follows through, gets you $40 over the next few days for a short-term swing. Need to see a higher low on the indices. Bloomin' Brands looks good. On the pullback, ABCD pattern on Bloomin' Brands. ABCD pattern. All right, this needs to be a higher low and push higher. We need to see the indices bounce right now. A higher low is what we're looking for right here, right now. Roku, what are you doing, Roku? This sector is still doing very well today. Came all the way back to yesterday's close. $14 fade, more than $14. Wedbush gave it a profit target. What was it, 425, something like that? Redbush, let's see, Wedbush. $475 for Roku. Okay, we need to see this higher low. Commit to a higher high now and a push above VWAP. That's what we're watching for on SPY presently. I just need to see a higher low. Need to print a higher high now.
Absolutely. You saw that our revenue grew by 20%, our earnings grew by 19%. Now, the earnings growth was a little bit smaller than the revenue growth because we're investing very aggressively in research and in new innovations, both product, seeds, crop protection, crop nutrition, biologicals, but also in digital tools. The agriculture industry is going through a transformation with digital tools that we're seeing pick up in the opportunities.
AMD, no follow through. All right, so we're just looking. The markets look like there's a lack of interest at the moment. Cleveland Cliffs trading $17.84. SPY, no follow through yet. Dolphin Entertainment continues to push higher, pressing the highs of the day. LABU trying to get back above VWAP. Biotechs. Microsoft turning after dipping to 249 and change. Microsoft.
Capturing carbon in the soil is a great opportunity for farmers around the world. And we're bringing both seeds, crop protection products, and digital tools to help farmers do that. And the idea is you don't till the soil, you leave the soil intact so that the carbon stays in the ground. And you grow your crop, and then you grow a cover crop between seasons, so there's more carbon going into the soil. We help farmers do that and capture soil, then the soil is richer and able to grow a better crop the following year. So
Tesla down another $18, $19. Tesla trading 675, 676. Doesn't look like they're interested in trading today. Institutions showing a lack of interest.
carbon into the soil, it helps our crop protection business because we provide crop protection products that help farmers not have to till and keep the carbon in the soil. And our biological products, which are like help grow the plants better, they're like vitamins for the plants.
Institutions showing is
So it's helping our entire business grow faster. Farmers are adopting
they look like they're just showing a lack of interest right now.
rewarded for it through incentives like carbon trading.
Yeah.
Or consumers picking products that are sustainably grown. And by the way, we're now starting to get consumers' data on how sustainably grown their products were. It's gonna explode. It's gonna become a much bigger opportunity in agriculture, including for the
Bloomin' Brands beat, big beat on Bloomin' Brands, BLMN. All right, watching for this dip buy. Now, I know it's hard to buy the dips. I know it's really hard. I mean, it took a while for me to get used to buying the dips. But as long as we stay in an uptrend, let's take a look at the spiders for an example. All right, so 60 minute. All right, let's take a look at the 60 minute. I think that's going to give us the best information. 60 minute. We're in an uptrend, right? So unless we break this trend line and then drop through this zone, first off, if we lose this low and break down through this trend, first level I would look at is like 416, 416.50. If it loses that level, then we could see 411. The next level down, there's these gaps have been filled over here. Got a big gap over here though. Got a big gap over here. So first order of business, we got to hold that trend line. So we got to stay above this level. If we can't stay above this level, stochastics continues to move lower. But generally, the markets look okay. All right, so we're watching that. Let me do this.
HOFV getting some volume here. I'll ask if
All right, so we're right in this area. Very close to a trend break. I got a feeling if we break this right here, we're going to see a quick move down to 415, 416.50. That's what it looks like they're going to do right now. Okay, the H pattern is starting to play out. Looks like we're going to take out the low right here. If we start to see selling and SPY in the Qs here, I think all bets are off. I think Intel continues lower. It's only day 5 after the gap down, so I'd give it a couple more days, Intel, personally. All right, so here we go. Here's SPY starting to break this trend line again. Yesterday it showed a potential break. All right, Qs are printing new lows right here. Qs are printing new lows right now. Apple, no follow through. Apple printing a new low this morning. Is down 1/3%. VIX is starting to move higher. All the FANG stocks are starting to look a little bit weaker. All right, we're going to move lower. If you're thinking about puts, probably got something close to the money. We got rejected before we got the VWAP, so it looks like we're going to break down right here.
Yep, and also tomorrow is my Super Bowl day. You get Exxon and Chevron coming out before the bell. Well, Guy and I are also talking to the CFO of Chevron at 10 o'clock.
All right, we just took out the stops. Do they reverse it here now? Get everybody short? Watch it right here. Watch it right here. Watch this wick.
Balance of Power, Bloomberg Television and Radio. And if you're in London, Guy, check us out.
All right, watching this wick right here. All right, they got stops down there, probably below 417, down to 416, maybe 50, 75, somewhere around there. Looks like they're taking out the stops. If they take these out and we get no reversal, no wicks, then we're going to head lower. All right, so we're close. We're breaking this trend line right now. Breaking trend. All right, stochastics is getting close to being oversold on the 60-minute. So that's a good sign. All right, we're headed over there now. All right, so volume picked up. You see that? Volume picked up.
One of the interesting features about this illness is that if you look at it, the people who develop these long-haul symptoms are often not the individuals who are hospitalized and were sick and on a ventilator and stuff like that. These are individuals who actually, most often, they never went to the hospital. They had relatively mild illness in the acute phase, and they recovered from it. If you were in the hospital, it means you probably mounted a very strong immune response.
Shares of Uber
You recovered
off
from
the lows
illness,
now,
probably
54.34,
got rid of the virus.
selling
If
off
you never mount a strong
on those
enough immune
comments from
response,
the
then
Labor
what happens
Secretary
is
All right, so far,
we thought, oh, you know, escape this.
counted
But in
as
reality, you never
employees.
got rid of the virus.
so the labor secretary thinks it's important to make that comment now about Lyft and Uber. People want to do contract services, work when they can. Unbelievable. All right, VIX popping now. VIX popping. All right, so we're testing the lows.
It affects people in their average age is 40. That's the most productive years of their life. And so you can see that the impact, worldwide impact of this is unbelievable. Economic toll, the psychological toll, every aspect of society is going to touch.
For the most part, though, the worst is behind us with the whole COVID thing. People looking for jobs. New York is going to open up again. If I was 25, coming out of college, 24 or whatever, and I was looking for job prospects, I'd probably be thinking about the city. With a big outflow in population, it'd be the place I'd be looking. Probably can dictate better salaries.
Television and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. This is where the world of politics meets the world of business. I'm David Weston. President Biden laid out his plans for restructuring much of the U.S. economy last night with a price tag approaching $4 trillion.
All right, let's see what Qualcomm looks like. Qualcomm.
SV, Sandy Victor, Aerofarms, Greg Stroud, that world's largest and most technologically advanced Telefonica vertical farm. That's SV.
We're going to get rid of the loopholes, allow Americans to make more than $1 million a year and pay a lower tax rate.
How many times we got to hear this guy talk about taxes? It's like Bloomberg's on repeat. All right, so we're breaking this trend, folks. We're breaking this trend. So the next level is inside of this range, okay, that we beat around in. VIX popping now. VIX is popping. SPY, we're looking pretty ugly right now. SPY. Still not a lot of blocks coming through. We haven't had a VIX spike in a while, right? 2021. Low tick alert. VIX making new highs. All right, so we're breaking trend. Bears are probably jumping up and down in stock twits, talking about dumb bulls, you know. Oh, we got bag holders up here. All right, so hopefully you were selling into strength this morning and you were waiting for institutions to give us a signal. We don't have a long signal. What looks like is a short signal right now. VIX continues to push higher, confirming volatility is starting to pick up again. The good thing is calls weren't like overly sought after like they were last couple of weeks. People have backed off. The number of calls being bought, premiums come down a bit. So any pullback, I don't know how fast we're going to pull back here. Watching 417, we're dropping through levels, futures that we traded this week. All right, we could stay right in this zone. If we break below 416, look for a quick move down to 413 or so, maybe 411. If you're planning for it with puts, we got rejected before we got to VWAP. So it looks like a bearish day. Looks like the way we're going to close today is on a bearish. Let's take a look at the daily. 5% would be the 50-day moving average. All right, so it looks like the 9 EMA is in play right now. They're showing us the potential for 9 EMA pullback, 415. So that's 2 points lower. If we lose the 9 EMA, then we could test the lows of this range from last week and the 21-day. Ultimately, we could see about a 5% pullback from this morning's high and still be in a bullish trend. So just pull in your reins. Market's up 30% since the November turn. We're playing the odds and the probabilities here. All right, so possibility of a move back to the 50-day is about 5%, just about 5%, 5.25. If we lose 410, that's 7 handles below us. If we lose 411, 410, look for a fast move down to 400. That would be the 50-day. We haven't tested the 50-day since the last week of March, so a month ago. I'm rather surprised we haven't had a pullback to the 50-day in a while. We had 3 pullbacks within several weeks of each other. 3 pullbacks to the 50-day already this year. Due for another pullback? Looks like it. I'm hesitant on buying puts down here. The place to buy puts was a rejection before we got to VWAP. That's the area where I would look to buy puts. I don't want to buy them at the low of the day. All right, looks like the 9 EMA is in play. All right, there's a low tick. All right, so we're going to sell back down below this 417 zone we were looking at this morning. All right, so it looks like everybody fat and happy on Apple and Qualcomm and Facebook gap up. If they didn't sell the highs of the day. All right, so we're selling more. All right, so there's some fear ramping up in the markets. VIX headed higher. VIX is trading 1860. Bullish engulfing candle on VIX, engulfing the previous week's price action. All right, SPY dropping off really hard now. All right, so they let loose some selling there. SPY. All right, so we came down to 416.50-ish. Intel dropping off some more. All right, most stocks look pretty similar, pulling back now. People taking the hint, reducing their risk right now. That's a good idea. Reduce your risk. Market's pulling back. Wait for a dip that gets bought. We haven't seen that yet. We've been waiting since this morning, selling into the first 30 minutes and waiting for the institutions to show up. We've spent all of our morning since about 9:45, 9:50 below, in a big way below VWAP. So that told you, bearish day. They could still pull this out. My hopes are dwindling for a retest of the morning highs. Got Google tonight. Got quite a few earnings plays tonight. All right, so tonight we've got Amazon, NIO, Twitter, US Steel, Skyworks, Gilead, Western Digital, Vertex, Dexcom, DXC. That's pretty active today, DXC. Earnings tonight. ExxonMobil tomorrow, AbbVie, Chevron reporting tomorrow. So still waiting. So earnings have been accelerating for the most part. Earnings have been good. Guidance has been good. We're trading at all-time highs. We know that we could test the 9 EMA. We're very close to testing the 9 EMA at 415 and change. Hard to tell what they're doing right now because there's not a lot of blocks trading. We've got a couple more blocks. We've got about 3.5 million have traded in blocks so far today. My position is sit on your hands and minimize risk. We could see more downside. We've had a string of bullish days. We've had this string of bullish days leading into last week where we consolidated right along 415 for 12 or so. The lows right along in here. So I'm not doing much. I'm just waiting. Energy was pretty strong yesterday. I'm assuming another bear flag. After this one, another bear flag. Unless we see this massive amount of buying, which I really think is out of the cards for now. Assume that we're going to see more downside until we at least test the 21-day and these lows. So puts make sense. Or eliminate risk and sit in cash, sit on your hands for now. Most of the stocks that look strong this morning, like DG, starting to roll over now, looking like they're pulling back to VWAP. Trade Desk, TTD. That's at the lows right here. Trade Desk moved from 768 down to 736. 20-point move there. Apple, what's Apple doing? Apple, big fade. Huge earnings on Apple. They sold the news. Still, we're inside of that range. Apple. Erase this candle from view, and you've got a sideways range. Company is going to double down on buying assets. So right now, I'm just being patient, breathing deeply, assuming that we could see a little bit more downside, and testing this lower range here on SPY. But I'm not doing anything until I see proof. I mean, we've got such narrow probabilities here. We're just right below. We're 42 cents lower on the SPY, not even 0.1%. We're down 0.1%. The possibility of a break higher can only happen into OPEX on Friday tomorrow if we see more evidence of calls rolling higher. Now, we did see some evidence of that this morning when we reviewed Gamma. All right, so the combined data between the S&P 500 and the blended call wall with SPY gives us a level of 42.16 on the upside. 42.16, we got to 42.11, looks like. So we have the possibility of a bounce, but we also have the possibility that we could see more downside today. Let's see, the vol trigger is at 41.70. Vol trigger is at 41.70. That's right where we are. Vol trigger is right there. We're starting to bounce right here, right now. 41.70, starting to see, this might not be a bad area, actually. We're bouncing. We lose this level. Things start to change pretty quickly if we drop below 41.70. A loss of 41.70, I'd look for a move back to the 21 day. All right, we need to see some buyers here. If we lose this level, we're probably going to head lower pretty quick. Looks like we're going to head that way right now. SPY puts.
some point did say, okay, this is what I'm going to pay for it. If you make less than $400,000 a year, you're not going to get more taxes. But then he went through various taxes like eliminating capital gains.
All right, I got to take a couple minute break. I'll be right back.
Raising the income tax on the top level, and also corporate taxes. So he does most of those things. What's your reaction to that? What's wrong with that?
Well, every tax that gets increased changes how people act. All right, I was governor for 8 years of Florida. All right, here's how I did just the opposite of what Biden's doing. I cut taxes and fees 100 times. I cut over 5,000 regulations. I streamlined the permitting, and in 8 years, we added 1.7 million jobs. People flocked to Florida, and my revenue skyrocketed so I could have record funding for education, for transportation, for the environment. The opposite is when you raise taxes and you take money out of the private sector and you give it to the government. Government's not a very good buyer of anything. And so what you're doing is you're taking the productivity out of the private sector and putting it in the government sector, which is very ineffective. So I can tell you, it's never worked anywhere in the world with high taxes, with big government. It's never worked. Why are we going to try it again?
But Senator, you're the first to say, I think, that there are some functions for government that we should spend more money in the government. And let's take infrastructure.
Absolutely.
Infrastructure is something I believe you're in favor of.
Let's talk about infrastructure. I dramatically increased spending for infrastructure when I was governor. $85 billion in 8 years. Do you know how much? And that was roads, bridges, airports, and seaports. Now, in their Biden's so-called infrastructure bill, it's like I think it's a little over $100 billion over 10 years for the country. But everything else is infrastructure, besides roads, bridges, airports, and seaports. So, absolutely, but do it in a manner that it builds your economy so you get more revenues and natural progression from the ground up, not from government telling you how to do things down.
How'd you pay for that infrastructure spend down in Florida? Was it use taxes or was it income taxes?
So most of it was our general revenue group. Our state is funded primarily by sales tax and property tax. So as we added more people, as we added 1.7 million jobs, we never raised the gas tax. I cut tax and fees 100 times. But what happened is the economy just blossomed. We went from 80 million tourists to 126 million tourists. We added all those jobs. And the other thing is I watched how we spent the money. This is your money. This is not like some free money out here. So what I did was I said, I'm going to watch how everything is spent, and if we can pay down debt, we are. I paid off a third of the state debt of Florida in 8 years,
All right, so
over $10 billion of tax.
showing some signs of shorts covering again at the lows. Shorts at the lows. All right, so we could get a reversal here. This is 4170 is a major gamma level. All right, so this is an area where if we do bounce, we could see them coming in pretty forcefully. All right, so keep an eye on this level.
I want to do logical things. So I want to work with the Democrats to get good things done that grow our economy.
All right, watch right here. Looks like we're going to get 4170 is a major volatility trigger.
Higher taxes, then you're partisan. Well, I'm not partisan. I want to do good things. I want to do things that help our. Like we need to have school choice. We need to help our police. Like we need to do things that actually fix our communities, not tear them down through bigger and bigger and bigger government. Government is not the solution. Government does solve some problems, but never long-term problems.
UNP, Union Pacific, building state-of-the-art transload terminal in Chicago that's uniform November pop-up.
It's a safety net. That's what we need to make sure we have. Good safety net, but not a permanent net.
So finally, Senator, given what your approach is, do you find like-minded people?
All right, 4170 looks like a level where we could see a reversal here. All right, so if we bounce back up to VWAP, the area to think about puts, not at the low of the day, but at VWAP, if we get rejected at VWAP, the next trip higher. As we proceed towards the lunch hour and through to the 2 o'clock hour, I would look for more follow-through. And if we can't get through VWAP by 2 o'clock, then today is going to just finish the way we're looking right now. So got a lot of calls trading down here.
White House says it's still evaluating reported incident of energy attack near the White House.
Pandemic is over, when people get back to a normal social life, they meet each other, the party, maker will bounce back.
All right, SPY, need to see this bear flag turn into a reversal. Otherwise, we're going to head lower.
This is doubling down on that part of our strategy so that we are focused on the piece that we do. The Level 5 work, which is the name of our program that we've been doing, has been successful. Obviously, Toyota saw that.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David West. It's time now to check out the markets. Joining us now is Abigail Doolittle. So, Abigail, as I look at the chart here, the thing that strikes me is the NASDAQ down. The tech earnings have just been blowout earnings. What's going on?
It does seem to be a bit of a sell the news day, David. This is really pretty unusual. We opened at all-time highs for the NASDAQ 100, the S&P 500 on those blowout numbers from Apple, from Facebook, and from Qualcomm, among others. But we now have stocks lower. Now, this mainly reflects Apple because Apple had been up nearly 3% in the pre-market in reaction to these huge, huge numbers, beating and also big, big growth. And yet the stock.
All right, SPY in the Qs, looking for a bounce. Looking for a bounce. If you're thinking about puts, watching for puts here, we're below the 240E. That's the 20 EMA. This dashed gold line here, that's the 20 EMA on the 60 minutes. So we're below that level. So right now we're more bearish than bullish. We're sitting on top of the vol trigger 4170 on the S&P 500. So this level needs to hold, else we head very quickly down to the 9 EMA. Okay, 9 EMA is just a bit lower now. Very close to that. These wicks right here, 1, 2, 3, 4 wicks. Buyers the last 4 trading days, buyers above this level. Okay, so buyers above that level. Watching for a follow through, all right? So the bias is bearish. We're below VWAP. Any move back to VWAP will most likely get rejected. So if you're thinking about puts, don't buy down here. Buy on a move up to the upside. I'm not saying that we can't roll over and you'd be right buying puts at this point. It's just that you have a better probability if we get back to VWAP and get rejected for puts. For calls, we're looking for this reversal now that RSI briefly dipped below the 30 level. The 60-minute looks pretty bullish. We haven't gotten down there yet. So RSI needs to get below 30. Price action's below the 20 EMA on the 60 minutes, so this is looking more bearish. A few more blocks coming in. We've got about 1, 2, 3, about 4 million shares have traded in block size. The largest block today was 300,000. 300,000 shares in one block at 418.02. That was overhead. That was above yesterday's closing level. Traded this morning. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that.
overall liking President Biden right now and these policy changes at this time.
Senator Collins.
Another low tick. All right, so it looks like we're going to go lower. So if you bought puts right there, a little bit more risky, but it looks like we're going to test new lows.
Worried that his plan would ignite inflation.
We have my conversation with Chairman and CEO Dave Gitlin next. This is Balance of Power, and we are on Bloomberg Television, and we are on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, try to minimize your risk, folks. We could see a few days lower. As you are aware, we've had quite a nice run into the last couple of weeks. We started consolidating at the highs. All right, so we started consolidating at the highs after this nice run from March into the middle half of April. We've been moving sideways, trying to get more gamma to suggest we could see 425, 4250 on the S&P, but we need to see the evidence that institutions, market makers, or dealers are rolling up their calls to a higher level. Didn't see a lot of that on the S&P 500. The spiders did, however. The spider is looking a little bit more bullish going into monthly OPEX 3 weeks out. But the possibility is that we continue to move sideways and crank out this range. All right, so we've got this range that we're knocking out. And we're contained therein. So there's a possibility we come down to the 130 period moving average, 9 EMA on the daily. Excuse me, the 21 day on the daily chart. Thanks for the reminders. I occasionally keep the screen up too long. Overlay. Covering up the charts. Thanks for letting me know. All right, so evidence suggests that there's some more shorts covering here, but not enough to go long off of. We could dip very quickly. We're hanging on by a thread and could see a quick move lower. So if you're thinking defensively or insurance-wise, I would think about some puts. Hopefully you can get a higher bounce. If you're thinking about puts, a bounce back up the VWAP or the 20 EMA on this 60-minute chart. Actually, I should adjust this a little more. Probabilities are more bearish than bullish at this point. So you can see that right there. And inside of this rectangle, you've got more. You've got this right in here. Right, you got this price action. So this inside of this big box, we got to get above this level. I don't know. The odds just don't feel like, doesn't feel like we're going to push up there unless institutions start buying calls or moving their calls up, rolling them up. They really have to show up in force right here, right now. Let's see what they're talking about on CNBC. giving back some of the gains, overnight gains, most of the gains from overnight. With a certain bearish feel to the markets, I'm not going to bite just yet. I want to see what happens.
Dave, as you and I have talked before, the pandemic has really put a spotlight on air quality and air circulation.
All right, SPY.
As well as homes at this point.
SPY looking for a big reversal now.
Business specifically. One of the questions right now is we're getting vaccinated.
All right, so
But I was comfortable selling it because, as you know, Scott, I've got so much industrial and materials and cyclical exposure. I mean, think about GM, Boeing, Northrop Grumman. I could go down the list. So getting rid of Caterpillar, which does have a history with me of disappointing on days like today. Granted, I was early, but I don't regret getting out.
And Northrop beat, right?
Yeah, Northrop is still undiscovered, underloved, for good reason, right? Because you've got Democrats in office, so defense spending is going to go down. But what people are starting to realize is that the things that Northrop Grumman builds are still going to have high demand no matter who's in office. Missiles, airplanes, drones, satellites, that's going to have high demand no matter who's in office.
Northrop hitting a new 52-week high today, $354 earlier in the session. Jimmy, thank you. I know you got to run. I appreciate you coming on.
Thanks for having me on, Scott.
We'll see you back. That leads me to Jenny, too. Jenny, you own Northrop, so we'll start with you there. Nice move today.
Right. So Northrop, I think one of the things that here is that there were really low expectations. And I think with the Biden administration, people were thinking that they were going to cut defense spending. In fact, they didn't. They've got a $79 billion backlog. They raised guidance by about 4%. So it's just a good company, and it's a nice, normal response, a nice, normal earnings delivery. Nothing to get crazy about.
Okay, let's move to some others, and let's do it quick. Josh, give me something on MasterCard.
This is one of the best financial services stocks over the last 10 years. I think it can continue to be, and I think incorporating more crypto, more blockchain into their public statements is probably helping to support the valuation as
all right,
well.
SPY getting a little
Be part of the future.
more short covering now.
Okay, take that. Ford, I wanted to do Ford because the stock was down significantly earlier, even though nobody owns that. But Degas, you own General Motors. Josh owns General Motors. John is long GM calls. Degas, give me something on maybe Ford or why you choose GM over Ford as you look at that stock slide today.
Yeah, so I choose GM over Ford because of the EV, the electric vehicle investment by General Motors. They're making a $20 billion investment in this space, and that's the way forward. So that's why I choose
Netflix,
GM over
watching
Ford.
for potential trade here on Netflix. Netflix, looking for a trade on here. Thank you, Lee Star. I was looking at the same thing. Day 7, looking for a follow-through. Netflix.
Yeah, and it's right in the middle of its range here, Scott. It's just kind of dead money. You know, Jenny talked about that top of the show. I'm going to say this one's kind of dead money. Just not going anywhere, right in the middle of that range, beginning of the year to here. It's had a couple big peaks in the meantime, but yeah, I'm just going to probably exit this trade and look for a better place to invest.
Okay, we started with Jenny. We're going to end with Jenny. Thermo Fisher is yours. It's down almost 5%. What's up?
So here's another one where I think expectations were a little bit ahead of themselves, and we're seeing a lot of sensitivity, not to the actual numbers that are coming out, but to the expectations. So management raised guidance. They only raised it by about 1.6%. People are a little bit disappointed. I think there's tons of runway to make money here. We added this last March when the market had come back and plan to hold it for a very long time. So this is just a temporary, disappointment.
All righty.
Yeah, it'll grow from here, I think.
Okay. Thank you. The NFL Draft, it kicks off tonight. CNBC's Stock Draft is back, and there's just over 1 hour until the launch on Power Lunch. Our experts weigh in with their number 1 draft picks. They'll do that next.
All right, Netflix looks like a good setup, folks. I think Lee Star's got a good one here. at least are seeing Netflix. Let's take a look at Netflix. Netflix looks like a good trade. I like it. Netflix, day 7, looking for push higher. All right, starting to turn here. Netflix is starting to giddy up. All right, I'm watching this range. Okay, 7 days. Look at all the wicks. That's your stop right along in here. If you don't want the low of the range, you could take the lows of these wicks just below VWAP right now. VWAP is about 502.90, maybe a little bit lower. This has a pretty decent range, ATR, about 13 bucks. All right, it's down $2. Can we get a $10 move in this one tomorrow? Day 8, we look for moves after day 8, after earnings play, 7 or 8 days later. We're looking for all of our oscillators get oversold and reset. We're seeing that on Netflix. I'm looking to get some long exposure on Netflix. I want to see the evidence first. We saw a lot of volume last week on earnings. Spying the cues, more importantly, spying the cues are starting to show potential for a bounce here. Look in this wick. Look at these wicks. 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row. Above 417, we know the volatility trigger. We just tagged the volatility trigger at 4170. That's another bit of information. We know institutions, what they're doing. So looking for a bounce, watching for a potential trade on Netflix. And we're looking for other stocks to bounce as well, like Apple coming off the low at S1 right now. Apple just tagged S1's turning. Spying the cues, look good. Let's look at the FANG stocks. We want them to be turning higher. Looks like NVIDIA shorts are covering. Facebook is coming off the lows. Netflix is pushing higher, as we just mentioned. Watching Apple pushing a bit higher. Like to see Amazon. Amazon that reports tonight. Amazon looking for a good report tonight. All right, Amazon after the close, NIO, Twitter, U.S. Steel, Skyworks, Gilead, Western Digital, all tonight. All right, spying the cues starting to bounce a little bit more now.
John took my original number 1. So my number 2, which is now my number 1, is Uber. Okay? Now, there was news leading into our program today, right? The Labor Secretary apparently is saying that companies like that and Lyft and DoorDash should be classifying their employees as workers. And those stocks took a big dive on that news. Now, maybe that gives you more opportunity in the stock draft for a rebound. But what do you think about that news today? Yeah, I was going to say, can I please lock in today's low? I was thinking you were going to say that. So he actually didn't say that. This is his quote. Quote, we are looking at it, but in a lot of cases, gig workers should be classified as employees. In some cases, they are treated respectfully, and in some cases, they're not. And I think it has to be consistent across the board. Let me explain this to anyone watching who doesn't understand what's going to happen here. The unions have already given up in California on employment status, and they're now focused on collective bargaining instead with these companies. And by the way, most major companies are on the side of having some compromise in between, as are most unions. This is not going to be warfare. The resurrection of Jimmy Hoffa, none of that's going to take place. It'll be compromise. It'll be state by state.
Apple bouncing.
California, Prop 22, will be the national model. But again, State by state, it takes time. They happen to have referendum voting in California. We don't have that here in New York, so you have to buy a lot of politicians, and it takes longer. But in the end, 55 million Americans are gig workers.
Okay.
Many of them are gig workers by choice. They don't want to be
SPY moving
employees.
back above the 240E.
Uber will be fine. Lyft will be fine. Relax.
All right. So, I mean, we should timestamp this. Let's just, because we're going to track this ourselves now. I want to do that. We're at 12:40, and I think this thing goes to the Super Bowl, the stock draft does. So we'll see who does the best based on your picks. Jenny, you have the now number 2 pick. Sorry, I had to drop you back one. Your pick is?
I'm okay. As long as Josh didn't steal it, I'm fine with it. So my pick, in honor of being the NFL draft pick, is Viacom, which has rights to the NFL Sunday games and the Super Bowl. So you've got Viacom. We've got a shortage of content. They have 140,000 TV shows, 3,900 movies. It trades at 9 times earnings. It's got a 2% yield. If you're doubting my ideas and my returns, Goldman 2 days ago upgraded it, gave it a price target that would show a 75% upside from here, and Citi yesterday did the same with a price target that would imply a 30% upside. So I think I'll make a lot of money on this between now and the Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, something tells me you
SPY's back above the 240E.
Right?
Right here. SPY is back above the 240E, the stash line.
But you know what I'm saying. Would you have picked it to buy fresh
But I gotta keep myself
when it was
honest.
like, you know, in the stratosphere for a variety of reasons we now know? All right. The number 3 pick, John Nigerian.
Bitcoin, Scott. I'm
Looking
sure
for
that
Netflix to
doesn't shock
follow
you.
through.
I went
SPY in the Q's providing a tailwind.
last November. I took the money that we were taking off the table as the market rallied, and I poured it into Bitcoin, and I was very happy with that as Bitcoin just screamed to the upside. And then this year went up another 120% so far. I think Bitcoin finishes the year over 100,000 this year, Judge.
Whoa.
So in other words, I'm looking at a double from this level this year. And I think that's because of adoption, because of ease of trading, and institutional.
All right, stocks showing relative strength like AZO and Google moving higher. Stocks like Google, AZO, Dollar General moving higher.
It's sunny, and it's going to be just zoom to the upside in the fourth quarter.
Wow. Rocket ship to the moon. All right. Thank you for that. We should tell you NBA star Andre Iguodala, the supermodel and philanthropist Petra Nemkova, TikTok star Josh Richards are just some of the names taking part in this year's CNBC stock draft. Kevin O'Leary is always, I was going to say already talking trash. I slipped and said always, but he kind of always is talking trash. So he always is talking trash. He already is, and he will have his picks. Stephanie Link, the Linkster's in the stock draft too. Go Steph. We're back right after this.
McCormick. All right, so SPY in the Q's, some consistent buying here. The last time we had about this many candles, we stalled before we got the VWAP. So if you're thinking about puts, this is where you want to be thinking about puts. If you bought calls at the low today, congratulations for you. For you.
Mohawk, Michael Whiskey Kilo, Mohawk Group Holdings announcing rebrand as Aterian. Mohawk Group will begin trade Friday before the market opens under the symbol AT.
We're still in a bearish fade. All right, so anticipate that this is not a complete reversal until we get above VWAP. And then we've got this 418, 419 level to deal with. MACD's turned. RSI's trying to get back above 50.
GTN, Great Television, has halted for news.
Looking for Netflix to follow through and bounce a bit further. Watching Netflix here. Watching Netflix. Netflix. Yeah, if I leave a chart up, please ping me. Let me know. Send me a message, whatever. Let me know that the screen's blocked. Netflix following through, looking good. Nice one, nice setup there, Lee Star, on Netflix on the reversal. All right, so Netflix, what we'd be looking for here is a move back to 50%. Looks like we've got that now. And if we can get through a follow through of that level, All right, so we're already 50% right now. We're at 50% right now. Netflix. All right, so there's your 50%. A move through 618 would be considered a very strong reversal. We're above VWAP. The dashed purple line is VWAP. Looking for a follow through if this continues. Okay. You can put a stop underneath VWAP now. If you decide to take Netflix here, put a stop under VWAP. We're right at 50%, so there's a possibility we get rejected here. Come down, maybe form a right shoulder. You see this left shoulder over here? Head, potentially a right shoulder, unless we don't slow down. The thing we're watching on Netflix is a daily chart that is giving us a potential for a reversal. After earnings, you got to wait 7 to 8 trading days. Typically, with what we've seen with studies that Leestar has done over the life of his membership here at TCP, he's shown that after earnings, the gap down, count 7 days, wait for day 8. Day 8 should be a reversal day most often. It's not a guarantee. We're down below the 200-day. We're showing a hammer again. We've got 4 hammers on this base. The base is held up above 500. So a reversal with the sector being strong today, XLC Communications, if we get a follow through in some of these names, day 8 being tomorrow, maybe we test the 200-day, the top of the range, maybe 515. The 510 calls, maybe something like that. 510, 512, 50s for a week out. Watching that. This range has been, we could see that this is banged out for a while. See this volume by price band right there? So a move above that level would be bullish. SPY and the Qs are helping right now. SPY is helping by bouncing. All right, we got a wick. Notice the candle has turned from red to black now. That's because this lower part of the body is now above the closing level right here in these 2 red candles. So the reason why this is black is because where we're trading right now is 417.97. We're starting to push higher. Imagine if this turns out to be a hanging man candle on the daily. Now that's pretty wishful thinking given we only have 3 hours to go for this session. But it does look good. It does look good so far, and that's helping other stocks. So if you're thinking about insurance on the spiders, if you think there's possibility of a test of the 21-day and you want to balance your portfolio a little bit, wait till we get to VWAP or close to it. That would be where I would be choosing to buy puts. I'm thinking about that. I'll have an order ready to go if we stall at the VWAP and can't get back through it. If, on the other hand, we blast right through the VWAP and through 418, 419, having held the low here, which happens to be a volatility trigger on the S&P 500 futures, 4170, we came right down to that level, 4170, and reversed. That told us institutions respected that level. We had history there. They started buying. Here goes Netflix. Is starting to move now. Netflix is looking better, 504.73. It's about $2.50 above the level that Leestar mentioned it to me. Almost $3. Almost $3 from that level. Looks good, Leestar. Thank you. All right, other stocks are bouncing. Looking at ABCD patterns. Looking at ABCD patterns elsewhere. What time is it? All right, we got 9 minutes to go for halftime report. Finish up. All right, so I don't know. It feels like we're going to stall before we get to VWAP. We're already starting to see a doji instead of large body candles like these here. See the body of these candles starting to get smaller. Volume still looks good. MACD has turned. RSI is above 50. So far, so good. If you're scalping, maybe take some off into strength here. Looking for a follow through? New York is talking about reopening by July 1st.
Let's answer your questions now. Degas, you first from Imran in Karachi, Pakistan. Thank you so much for the question. What is the panel's view, in this case, Degas, your view, on Enphase Energy? What do you think?
Enphase Energy as a whole, because they focus on making the microinverter for solar panels. Solar energy is a big push now, great demand. This is a stock to be in.
Jenny from Ray J in Pittsburgh. Thank you for getting me into Iron Mountain. IRM, the ticker for everybody playing wherever you are. Wonder if I should add more. What do you think?
Nucleic acids for BCL2 inhibition.
Everybody thinks of this as a boring old document storage company, but they have a little bit of secret sauce, and that's a growth part of their portfolio and things like data centers.
All right, Netflix still going? Netflix going?
It trades at 12 times funds from operations. Those are growing at about 7%. So you couple that growth plus the earnings, and you have a really nice future return.
Okay, Dr. J, to you now from Rad in Dallas. Hey, John, does Salesforce have a quote-unquote, they have it in quotes, high multiple problem, or is something else going on? Stock is not performing.
Yeah, that's that consolidation for them absorbing Slack, Scott. So I think that Mr. Benioff's company will get its footing back, but I think that's probably
Spy in the queues continue higher. Netflix is on the move. Netflix on the move.
absorption is why that stock has traded sideways.
Josh Brown, lastly to you from Larry in Tifton, Georgia.
Watch how we react to VWAP. If they start selling prior to VWAP or at VWAP, watch for rejection. That would be an area I'd be thinking about insurance or puts, not at the low of the day. Always look for calls at the low of the day. Look for areas where we might see interest, like the volatility trigger at 4170.
In my IRA accounts, because if I don't, the distributions they pay out, they're not like stock dividends. You actually get taxed at ordinary income rates, and I don't need more taxable income and more taxes to have to pay. So try to own these things in a tax-deferred account if you can, and try to practice dividend reinvestment. So when they make that distribution, you don't need the money right now in cash. You're better off buying more shares. I bought more Simon recently. I did an average up. It's up 100% from where I first bought it. It's up 46%.
Nice job on Simon Properties. Simon operates in the Northeast, New Jersey in particular, and the Eastern Seaboard. I'm not sure what else they do as far as the rest of the country, but Vornado as well. Vornado is big in New Jersey. Tanger Outlets in the Carolinas. All right, so SPY continues to push higher off the lows. Watching how it reacts here at VWAP.
Chef, we're asking everyone today about taxes. It's no coincidence given President Biden's proposing a lot of new taxes. We heard a lot about it last night. As you look at it, how could that affect
Tesla's down $20.
Well, the one who will affect positively our business is to bring back the deduction for entertainment in restaurants, because that tax was taken away.
All right, we're starting to get rejected here. Watch for puts. Watch for puts. If we can't follow through here, watch for puts.
And I think if they bring back that tax, that will help us a lot by giving the chance for all businesses and businessmen to deduct meals and entertainment.
Yeah, we hear a lot about that deduction, the entertainment deduction, and there's some skepticism of whether it makes a difference, but you would be in a position to see it as it comes on.
Watch for rejection here. The bias is bearish. We're below VWAP, so it's just the opposite of a long trade, where VWAP is holding price, we're rising. Price should be above on a bullish trade, below on a bearish trade. So we're watching how we react here.
Just briefly here at the end, do you think there'll be a long-term effect on the restaurant business of this pandemic?
I think there's a reset for sure, and we small businesses can start up again. And I think the goal will be to be able to help businesses in every neighborhood. I always said that if you know the Amazon and all the
All right. Watching how price action reacts here. We're trading just below all-time highs. The only way we're going to get above 420 and stay up there is if institutions roll up their calls. So far, we've held 4170. That's a volatility trigger. They stepped up and they bought the low. Tick cumulative trying to turn upward. Tick cumulative is trying to turn. That would be a confirmation.
Filing a patent application, Ocugen, adeno-associated virus vector-mediated gene therapy for ophthalmic diseases. That's Ocugen, Oscar Charlie Golf, November, with that patent application now.
All right, Walmart at the highs of the session, trying to get above 140. Walmart's been looking pretty good. We're starting to hesitate at VWAP. Still a possibility of a higher low and then a higher high. But now we're starting to get rejected at SPY, VWAP. VWAP is starting to flatten out. Okay, it's no longer downward sloping as severely. So we're getting a little bit more neutral bias, but still bearish below VWAP. So there's a possibility we could roll over and take out the low of the day. We know what the 9 EMA looks like. The 9 EMA is just below. All right. 9 EMA is just below. So we keep looking at the 9 EMA as potential at 415.95. 4170 held. The vol trigger. I keep talking about the vol trigger. If we lose 4170, look for a test of 4150. So far, we're defending. So far, we're defending this. Okay, so far, so good. We got to get through VWAP. If you're thinking bullish, ladies and gentlemen, we got to get through VWAP. That's the major hurdle here. If we can't get through VWAP, maybe if you've got a nice bounce here, maybe you can take a little bit more off into strength to minimize your risk. I mean, there's a possibility this could all turn out to be for naught and we could move lower. Okay, SPY daily. Let's see what Bollinger Bands look like. Tight Bollinger Bands coming in. So the other thing is you can just see the upper Bollinger Band starting to turn inward now in the upper panel.
All right, let's do finals. Degas, what do you have for me?
Morgan Stanley, we purchased this stock.
All right, starting to come inward. All right, so that's telling us to look for sideways range. We could bang around here between 411 and 420, 410 and 420 for another week or two. That's a possibility as well.
Josh, you still on this?
I am. I like when Jenny and I are on the same page.
Well, your final must be at the bottom there, Simon Property, is that right?
That's right, Scott. Good to see you.
You as well. Real, it's been fun. John Najarian.
All right, Scott. FireEye, JP Morgan and Goldman just reiterated buys on this one. I like it. I saw unusual activity during the show, so I bought it.
Okay, let's throw up shares of Apple, guys, if we could, before we head on out. Again, blowout all of big tech thus far. Amazon's after the bell tonight. Apple not really reacting well, though. At least the stock hasn't been thus far. If we can get it, maybe not. There it is. That does it for us, the exchanges now.
Apple's off 60 cents. What's the big deal? Apple's off 60 cents. Blowout earnings. They're going to buy back shares. Watch, we're starting to get rejected here. If you were thinking about puts, this is the place to do it. If we're thinking about puts, this was the place to do it. All right, watching for a higher low as well. The 9 EMA is right down there at 415. So far, they've defended the vol trigger 4170 on the S&P. We could bang out a right shoulder as well above this flat 240. The 240E on the 5-minute equates to the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. All right, so going to look at the 60-minute, you can see the 20 EMA right there. That's where the 240E is on the 5-minute. So far, our progress looks good on the 60-minute. We're still above. VWAP is still, price action is still above, right below VWAP, but above the 20 EMA, 60 minutes. So can we bounce here and move back up to 420 by tomorrow? If you're thinking, no, we're not going to, it feels more heavy, the place to buy puts would be right here, or a rejection at VWAP if this rolls over. So I'm watching for evidence of a rollover now. Looking for a spike in volume and selling volume. Blocks, we just got a million share block at 418.04. Just now, 418.04. Okay, we just got a million share block right there. Okay. 418.04, that's right there, right where price action was. That's right overhead. This right there. All right, let me do that. All right, starting to get rejected right there. We got a short. Somebody just short 1 million shares just now. Looks like 1 million shares being shorted right here. All right, so there you can see it. You can see the block highlighted there. We're pulling back from that level. Looks like somebody just shorted the markets right there. Okay, that's a million share block right at that rejection we're seeing right here, right now. Okay. Okay, looking for the higher low. It's a battle right now. It's a battle. OCGN, some sort of patent was just filed. It's starting to tick about 30 cents higher. OCGN, Ocugen. Been active lately, flagging for the last few days.
GTN, Gray Television, shares were halted. Company selling, company sells divestiture stations from Quincy.
Being we're trading at all-time highs and reluctant to get back above the highs of the day so far, what I'm thinking about is reducing my risk into earnings this week. We know that the first half of the second quarter displayed on the screen, the first half between April 1st and May 15th is pretty decent return compared to January through February 15th, the first 6 weeks of the year, compared to the first 6 weeks of the second quarter. That's a pretty good return. So as we ease into May, the odds become more that we could pull back a little bit. And we already saw the new highs. Watching SPY here. All right, if we can get some volume, looking for a follow through. All right, so far, bulls are defending. 4170. and now this little pullback. That's short, it looks like. Maybe somebody's long. If we get above 418, that would be a long. All right, so far, we're above that level. So far, we're above the level. We're trading above that 1 mil, that 1.2 mil print. We need to get back above it. All right, so we got to get above that 418.25 and then VWAP. That block right there, 1.28 million, 1,280,000 shares traded at 418.04. We just got a block of 251,000 traded at the bottom of this right here, 417.14. We're looking for a push higher. Okay. So you can see this level right here. 417.14. We got a couple of blocks at 417.14, 250, 250, 250, 250,000 multiple times. Looks like that's an area they're trying to push prices higher now, right along in here. So we need to get above that 1.28 million share print at 418. We're trading above it right now. And a move through VWAP would definitely confirm a reversal is underway. Yeah, VWAP next, yes. The issue I see is that we've been trading, luckily, you call it luck, I call it luck. We've been very persistent in this uptrend since the fourth week of March. This fourth week of March, we reversed off the 50-day, and we haven't come back to the 21-day since. That's also showing strength in the market. RSI is above 50. But what I'm thinking is, unless we see institutions roll up to 425 or 4250 on the S&P, unless we see that, 420 is resistance. So we're closer to resistance than we are to the 21-day. So I'm a little ambivalent on which direction we're heading going into Amazon earnings tonight, Friday weekly options tomorrow. I would love to see us get above VWAP here. If we can get above VWAP, that eases a lot of tension. All right, so far, that would ease a lot of tension. They're battling it out, though. They're battling it out. Looking for more blocks. All right, so Qs are starting to show some signs of buying. Qs, so look at the FANG stocks. All right, Facebook looks like it wants to keep going. Netflix looks like it wants to keep going. Netflix, higher low. Looking for a follow-through now on Netflix. Critical area just overhead. We're trading above that 1.2 mil block. All right. All right, SPY. All right, we got to get above this block right here. 418.04.
FCEL Fuel Cell Energy files a U.S. patent application. Fuel cell in active N cell design to improve electric and mechanical contact fuel cell energy. That's Foxtrot Charlie Echo Lima, FCEL.
All right, SPY looks good. Trading above it, bullish. $418, say 418, 50 would definitely do it. All right, there goes SPY, starting to move now. All right, so consistency. Consistency tells us when we encounter VWAP, whether it's from above or below. In this case, we're below VWAP, so we're looking for rejection here. We just got a block. So consistency dictates that we look for rejection here. If we don't get rejection, this would be a higher low, a higher high, and potential for a reversal. Then we look at 418, 419 resistance, get through all of those levels and see more blocks. Maybe we can get back up to the highs. I don't know. I'm reluctant to believe that we can get all the way back to 420. I'd be more inclined to buy some puts at some point if we get rejected. I thought we'd get rejected here and here. I thought we'd get rejected here, and then that 1.28 million share block came in. And now SPY and Qs are looking much better. If you look at the FANG stocks, they look really nice. Apple's starting to move now off the lows. We got Netflix trying to push. Facebook is trying to take out the high of the day. Volume is coming in. We'll see. We'll see what they do. Got to get above VWAP. Absolutely must get above VWAP in order to make any more progress. We're trading above that big block of shares, 1,280,000, traded at 418.04. Okay, we're trading above that at 418.32. So we get above 418.50 and this pivot right here, that should do it. That should do it. What was that? All right, SPY looking a lot better now. SPY looking a lot better. Much better, much better. Got to get above VWAP. Get above VWAP, then we can unclench. We can unclench, look for more upside in some of these stocks that are showing follow-throughs. Netflix, in particular, Apple, Facebook, looking for Qualcomm, looking for a trade on Qualcomm. I'm a little reluctant to take a trade on Qualcomm day one. I'd like to see more action like we had with Netflix on some of these that reported last night. 7 days of basing action, and day 8 would be tomorrow. Follow through would be good. See how it's having so much trouble getting through 418. We just need to see them slam this right now. Slam the bears and just rip this higher if the bulls are going to win. Apple, a higher low, now a higher high. Netflix, we got a higher low, looking for a higher high above 506. All right, let's look at Netflix. All right, we're making higher highs and higher lows. Since looking at this around 401, this continues to push higher, $4. SPY and the Qs looking much, much better now. Much better. SPY and the Qs. Maybe has a chance to pull this one off after all. Getting everybody short and then reversing things. Here's Apple's trying to turn. Microsoft, what do you look like, Microsoft? Microsoft also starting to turn. All of these looking good. Facebook. All right, looking much better now. Qualcomm. Let's see, Microsoft, MSFT, Microsoft. All right, that looks good. All right, we're at VWAP. Microsoft coming up to VWAP, looking good. All right, we got Microsoft at VWAP. We got Apple at near VWAP. We've got Netflix. Netflix above VWAP, looking like it's going to thrust more. We got Facebook. Facebook also looks good. Facebook back above VWAP, flat base. All right, Qualcomm, looking for a trade on Qualcomm, Facebook, and Apple over the next few days. Not necessarily today, but over the next few days. All right, SPY and the Qs, they're just not getting any kind of follow-through. The volume, looking for the volume. If we can get above VWAP, that's going to make a big difference. Need more blocks. We haven't had any blocks since that 418.04 at 1.28 million. Q's looking a little better. All right, looking better. All right, let's do this. All right, we could get some shorts covering big time. Shorts will cover here. If we get above VWAP, SPY above VWAP, shorts will cover. Let's see what the Qs look like. Qs look good. All right, I'm not in a big hurry to jump in feet first. I want to see more proof. I don't care if I miss a little bit. Q's got a little bit more to go. These FANG stocks are certainly helping the SPY. 23% of the weight of the S&P 500 is the FANG stocks: Facebook, Apple, NVIDIA, Netflix, Microsoft, Qualcomm, those big cap, Tesla, big cap stocks. Come on, you can do this. This is a difficult trade today. 318, the top of the 318 range right over here. 319, 318.87, 319. There's a zone right overhead. All right, so you made a nice gain off the lows if you took calls. So watching SPY. All right, they're starting to see a little profit taking here now. What time is it? 1:25. We sure would love to see a follow through now. Sure would love to see a follow through in volume. All right, we can just leap over VWAP, please. Please. All right, Microsoft, squeezing on Microsoft, starting to move higher now. Come on, SPY. Waiting on SPY, folks. Waiting on SPY. Lulu, nice trade on Lulu. You guys trading Lulu? Lulu. Nice move. Continue to move higher, higher highs, higher lows on Lulu. A flag breakout. Lulu should be visiting the 52-week highs over the next several weeks, so that's a good trade. Looks good on Lulu. Nice job, folks. We might add to shares there. Lulu, add to shares. Looks good for a follow through on Lulu. SPY and the Q, still looking for a follow through now. All right, we're stalling at VWAP. Need to get above that level. Stalling at VWAP. Another higher low. All right, we got a small block coming in at 418.06. 418.06 just hit at the bid. 418.06. We're trading just above that level. 32,200 on that block, small block. OCGN continuation. OCGN continues higher. All right, getting rejected at VWAP. We must get above VWAP. If you're bullish, you must get above VWAP. SPY. Wix. All right, watching these volume bars here. All right, one more block. Come on, one more million share block. That would do it. That would do it. Pushes above this level. SPY, we got calls coming in, 419 calls. We got a sweep, several on SPY. Starting to see sweeps coming in right here.
COCP, Co-Crystal Pharma, U.S. patent application, Pyro, Pyridine derivatives as inhibitors of influenza virus replication. That's Charlie Oscar, Charlie Papa, COCP.
All right.
There is renewed global attention on the fact that the efficacy
417s. 417, 14, 417, 14s.
the Chinese vaccines are ranging between 60-something% to just below 80%. And specific attention is being paid on one Chinese vaccine, Sinovac. This vaccine has been proven in a large-scale Brazil trial to have an efficacy level of just above 50%. 50% is the minimum threshold that regulators will accept for approval. So that is concerning, especially because this is the Chinese vaccine that's been distributed most widely around the world. A lot of developing countries like Brazil and Indonesia are dependent on this vaccine. So questions are
All right, need to get above. Got to get above VWAP.
But what's also really important to keep in perspective is that the 50% efficacy rate is looking at all symptomatic disease, even mild sickness. And the truth is that all the vaccines we have out there right now, including the Chinese ones, are nearly 100% effective at preventing hospitalization and deaths. And those are the two most important things: bring down serious sickness, bring down fatalities.
Struggling at VWAP.
And that's why it's really important for people to keep getting vaccinated, even if the only access they have is to a Chinese vaccine.
PSO Now is your online home for weekly Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. See new concerts that go behind the scenes, plus acclaimed archival concerts. Visit pso.org/now, where the music plays on. PSO season sponsor, Bank of America.
All right. Got to get above VWAP right here. SPY, we got 410 puts for May. 410 puts for May. There's quite a few of those. And we got some 414s, 416s, 417s puts for the end of April. All right. This is the telltale area right here. If we can get through VWAP and this pivot over here, that should continue this series of higher highs and higher lows. Volume coming in. See that last volume bar there? Looks good.
New York Mayor Bill de Blasio says the city will fully reopen on July 1st. De Blasio saying the schools will be back at, quote, full strength in the fall.
All right, so I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the blocks here. All right, I'm looking at these blocks right here. Okay, so if we can get above these sweepers, this volume that we're looking at right here, 417.14 over on the right, and then on the left, we're watching those blocks, those spike sweepers that just came in, the 420s, 422s, 419s. It's about 300,000 there, a little bit more than 300,000 in option contracts. All right, we'll see if we can't get a follow through. But right now we're getting rejected at VWAP. Still getting rejected at VWAP. Very difficult day. Very difficult day. If you had profits from the lows, I'd be taking some off here. Well, it looks like we're going to get rejected. Looks like we're going to get rejected. So if you're thinking about protection, if you think the market's going to move lower, you could buy puts here. I'd rather puts here than at the low of the day and have that happen to you, this rejection and follow through.
And I'm Matt Miller. We welcome both our Bloomberg and our BNN Bloomberg audiences each day at this hour. Here are the top stories we're following for you from around the world. The global chip drought, microchip drought, the shortage goes from bad to worse with Apple, Samsung, and Ford all flagging lost revenue from the crisis. We'll bring you the latest on that situation. Plus, we'll discuss increased regulation on SPACs and what a potential U.S. capital gains tax increase means for retail investors with Joe Moglia, the former CEO of TD Ameritrade. And we're going to speak with Deepak Ranani, a quant manager from Bursar, on the outlook for merger arbitrage as piles of dry powder sit on the sidelines to this. I'm Amanda Borders. Amanda, what do you see in the markets?
We are seeing a whole lot of nothing again, Matt, but if you can say markets going nowhere as they sit at or near record territory, that's what we've got. And certainly inside these broad indices, we're seeing some action, as has been the case now for a few weeks, very driven by individual names. So not massive momentum up or down. We've got communications, financials, energy giving us strength. Tech and healthcare await.
Roku's $16 off of the highs this morning. Roku. SPY getting rejected at VWAP.
Disappointing investors are being hurt. Merck today down 5% at last check. And you can see the 10-year, I know we've been talking about this today, at 164. It did react a little bit yesterday. We're seeing modest reaction here, but of course still well off those recent lofty levels. And Matt, for what it's worth, the read on U.S. GDP, of course, shows pretty phenomenal growth, annualized to 6.4%. But the part of it that is really worth drilling into is that personal
SPY getting rejected.
Neither you nor I were alive the last time personal consumption grew at this rate, and that's saying a lot.
All right, I got to pop something in the oven for lunch. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Pretty much shopping, and shopping. I mean, other than watching TV, you're online all the time, and you know, I'm not in the U.S., so I was boosting, I guess, the GDP of Germany and probably the UK and Italy, but I can totally understand that number rising, and I don't expect it to slow down anytime soon.
No, totally. And we did see, of course, increased demand in all kinds of things showing up in interesting places. One worth talking about today is Ford. That is a stock that should be benefiting from pretty stellar profit numbers. But instead, and as we just heard from Matt, this can be hard to say, but a chip shortage globally is weighing on the outlook here. You can see it showing up in the stock. Ritika Gupta with stock of the hour. Boy, Ford is not getting off lightly here for warning about the chip supply problem.
Start off with the good news first, because Ford did actually have its best profit in 10 years. This is as a vehicle shortage actually pushed up prices, so that helped them. But of course, this totally overshadowed the stock, as you mentioned, plunging. This because Ford cutting its full year outlook, of course, on that global chip shortage, which has created a very big supply-demand imbalance, which actually helped them out in the first quarter because it drove up prices. But this is really where the good news ends, because the chip shortage is bad, but it's set to get a whole lot worse in the second quarter and actually slashing its production by 50%. And what that means for the bottom line, well, $2.5 billion shaved off the profit this year. And the CEO, John Farley, saying this could extend into 2022, Matt.
Jim Farley, great guy, total car nut. And listen, a lot of manufacturers having similar problems. It's not just Ford, right? This is industry-wide.
Yeah,
shrinking for the first 3 months of this year. Those orange bars, those are for cars, and the yellow bars are for light trucks here. And I think this shrinking as this chip crisis heightening. So the fear really is here that things are just going to get a whole lot worse.
Yeah, very interesting. And I can't believe they shut down F-150 production at all, because that's a high-margin vehicle, and I hope they just keep pumping them out over in Dearborn. Coming up, President Biden takes aim at Wall Street. We'll discuss the potential impact of his economic proposals with former TD Ameritrade CEO Joe Moglia. This is Bloomberg.
GME, GameStop shares popping here on volume off Micro Echo.
One of the interesting features about this illness is that if you look at it, the people who develop these long-haul symptoms are often not the individuals who are hospitalized and were sick and on a ventilator and stuff like that. These are individuals who actually, most often, they never went to the hospital. They had relatively mild illness in the acute phase, and they recovered from it. If you were in the hospital, means you probably mounted a very strong immune response, okay? And you recovered from the illness, you probably got rid of the virus. If you never mount a strong enough immune response, then what happens is you may have mild symptoms. You thought, oh, you know, I escaped this. But in reality, you never got rid of the virus. So you get this chronic immune activation that persists in these individuals. But it's never good enough to get rid of it because they never got rid of it in the first place. But it's enough to start causing collateral damage. And what the virus does is it inhibits certain types of immune responses. It's a drain on society.
All right, I'm back. Looking for a higher low? Looking for a higher low? HYFM. HYFM. Let me see what they do. HYFM. HYFM. Hydrofoam Holdings. All right, so that's a IPO. It's got earnings in 14 days. Middle of the end of the second week of May. Has earnings the second week of May. 14 trading days. Good sales and earnings. Manufactures and distributes hydroponics and proprietary branded products to the U.S. and Canadian markets. All right. Looks good. Yeah, looking like a higher, if you can take out the highs there, Rob, between 70 and 71.50. If you can take those out, looks like you could see a 20-point run up to the 52-week highs. How many times are we going to listen to this guy? I don't want to hear anybody talk that much. All right. I don't even like to hear myself talk that much. All right, so got a higher low. Any more blocks? No more blocks. We're looking for a push above VWAP and this 418, 419 zone. So the next leg, if we can push above VWAP, that is the hurdle that we've been trying to get above for the last 25 minutes, 30 minutes. RSI is above 50, turning upward, so the strength is returning. Just need to see more blocks. All right, FANG stocks, what are you doing, FANG stocks? Netflix trying to make another higher high. NVIDIA looking better. Facebook looks like it wants to push higher. Netflix looks good. Apple looks good. Microsoft higher lows, printing another higher low, looking for a higher high. Qualcomm just sideways. We'll look at Qualcomm probably for a trade over the next week sometime. This dude is definitely wearing a hairpiece. You think this guy on Bloomberg is wearing a hairpiece? I think so. Yeah, that's definitely a hairpiece. Oh boy, looking for a follow. Marv, what's that guy's name? Marv Albert, whatever his name was, with the hairpiece. All right, look, here we go. SPY's finally breaking above VWAP. Here we go. All right, VWAP tested. Buy programs coming in. All right, so we got some buy programs coming in. Volume coming in. All right, blocks. There you go. SPY in the Qs. We got Netflix about to break out. NVIDIA is making higher lows and higher highs. We got Facebook about to take out the high. Apple looking much better. Microsoft looking better. Everything is looking much better. All right, so we just took out the stops that are there. Let's see if we can't follow through on SPY. All right, tick cumulative is turning. Tick is turning. Need an extreme high tick now. Cayman, what do you need? 422? You need 422? All right, so we clear 419. This could, bears can turn the lights off. 419, we should start to scoot back to 420. $425 by tomorrow. $422 tomorrow. Okay. Whoa. Yeah. All right. All right. So let's buy up a SPY. Let's see if we can't get a follow through here. I wouldn't mind trading that size tomorrow if we saw a dip like we had today into noon. Trade that kind of size on a day like tomorrow. We know how many options, we'll know by tonight how many options are going to expire tomorrow. That'll give us an idea what dealers and market makers will do if price action starts to move higher. If we see a follow through here and we get above 418.90, 419, you know that market makers and dealers are going to close their puts and they're going to buy futures to hedge. So we're watching for that action right now. We've got plenty of time. It's only 1:45 on the East Coast. Netflix is trying to pop here. Netflix trying to pop now. It's taken a lot of patience waiting through this, waiting for this to happen. A lot of patience. A lot of patience, especially if you bought at the low of the day. Closer to 416.50 if you bought near the lows of the day. And same thing with Netflix. If you bought during the lows of the day, you've been sitting through this kind of sideways price action. It looks like it wants to push higher. We've seen how finicky they've been lately, FANG stocks. Let's go look at growth and value. Growth and value, we want to see that moving higher. All right, this is still drifting lower, so we're not getting a lot, but we are seeing a buyers at the low of the day. That's value growth here, and value below it. Value is doing much better. You can see smaller candle, bullish. Growth, high tech being affected by the earnings that came out. Recent earnings: Tesla, Microsoft, Apple, Facebook, Qualcomm, and more. All right, so that looks good. All right, so we're watching that. Netflix, like to see it pop higher now. Come on, Netflix. Can get above this level. You can see the dotted line there. That's the 240E on the 60-minute. 240E on the 60-minute for Netflix is right there. The 20 EMA right overhead on the 60-minute. If we can pop through this level, maybe we can see a shot at 513, 514, and then maybe a shot up there towards the 21-day on the daily. Netflix, looking for a follow-through. There's the 200-day, 9 EMA, 21-day. Hammer. Come on, SPY. Gosh, this is really nerve-wracking. Nerve-wracking, waiting for this to happen. All right, so far we're getting rejected here on Netflix. SPY. All right, if SPY can lift above this level, this should help out a great deal. SPY, get above this pivot right here. It's having trouble with that pivot right now. Throw some blocks at it, get it above it. Higher highs, higher lows. We've got a higher high now. Need a higher low and a push off of VWAP. VWAP is flat. Would love to see VWAP turn. Let me see what VWAP looks like on Grover's charts. Datadog moving higher. Akamai, nice move today on Akamai. SPY, let's see what it looks like there. LABU coming off the lows. Facebook at the high of the day. Microsoft. All right, RVOL is 3 times on Microsoft. All right, here goes SPY. All right, starting to look a lot better. All right, so VWAP is trying to go green. VWAP is trying to go green. If you're following Grover's scripts, watching VWAP go from red to the 0 line. Now we're looking for VWAP to turn upward and price action to get a move on. All right, we're testing this level right here. Testing that level right now. Okay, Netflix. FANG stocks look good. FANG looks good here, folks. FANG looks good right here. All right. Come on, SPY. Stuck right below this pivot right here. RSI is above 50. MACD starting to slow down. You see the peak in the histogram bar starting to flatten out a little bit. They're going to make this too easy? I doubt it.
Every time the United States has done great transformative things, there's been a partnership between government and the private sector.
With a willing partner to ensure competitiveness and draw in investment in the United States.
Your prime minister looks a little bit scruffy there, Trudeau. All right, Facebook's about to break out here. Facebook trying to break out. Will it lead Apple and Nvidia higher? Facebook's trying to go right here, right now. If Apple can get going too, and Netflix, that should help push the Qs over this pivot level. And should also help the spiders. Bank stocks are hanging in there. Looking good. Google been strong since earnings. Been moving sideways. Looking for a breakout on Google as well. Come on, Netflix. Give me one more shot through this level. Help everybody else.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Amanda Lang with Matt Miller. And Mercer Investments has written some research in the form of a white paper on the...
Let me say one other thing. I see some risk being taken in the room. I got to tell you, you got some bigger stones than me. What I'm looking at is tight price action. We know 420 until we can see it proven otherwise. 420 is resistance, so the idea that we're going to pop through there is a little bit harder than if we saw 425s roll up last night. That said, what did Brent say? He said specifically about, okay, so SPY did see a bump higher, 422 for the SPY. The call wall moved up to 422, so it's no longer 420, 422, and we're trading 418. So we got 3 points, just over 3 points higher that we could see before we run into the call wall, unless they've rolled it up again. So last night we saw the call wall shift higher for the spiders, but not for the S&P 500. The end result is that the combined or blended call wall moved up to 42.16. So we could see more upside on the futures. We hit 42.11, right around 42.11 before getting rejected this morning. Quickly reversed off that level. We're about to take out this level right now on both the S&P 500 and the spiders. If we take this level out, the next level would be back up here near the high. So that's what everybody's crossing their fingers and their toes waiting to happen collectively. Tick cumulative is trying to turn. We're crossing over right now. Tick cumulative is turning green on the 5-minute. We just need to see, now all we need is up volume to pick up. All we need is up volume now. Wow, man, they're just like inching along here. I don't like how long it's taking for price action to tick his turn. We just need up volume to flip. We need currently down volume. We need to see up volume flip to more bullish. All right, there goes Facebook. Facebook going. A lot of time left. Yep, SPY getting rejected right here at this level, right along this level. All right, let's go take a look at the 5-minute, the S&P Spider 60-minute chart. 60-minute. All right, so showed a potential break of this trend line. reversed on a hammer last hour, pushing higher into this hour, and running into the 2 o'clock hour now. So can we push back up into this range? This is not easy. This is not an easy one. More of this range-bound action. We're still contained in that if we extended this range out, we're still in that range with potential to run up to 422, 420 first, 420. All right. What else did I want to look? I wanted to look at breadth to see how breadth is faring today. New highs, new lows. Oh, look at that. Holy smokes. Look at the new highs, new lows. Look at that. That's huge. That's a huge spike there. 319. New York Stock Exchange advanced decline at the highs, but tilting a little bit lower. All right, so I'd be taking profits off into strength. That's just me. That looks good. So far,
Boeing's latest 737 MAX problems cause FAA audit. That from Dow Jones. FAA to examine.
come on, Spy, you can do this. You can do this. We've got plenty of time left. Got 2 hours to go. If they're going to do it, typically, I won't say typically. I hate using words that people use so easily. Typically, classic. You know the words. We went over that last week. Watching Spy here. Literally, those words are way overused. All right, so we need to get above 418, 419. All right, bullish candle. Bullish candle. Let me put this on StockTwits so we can get more people to buy so we can push push SPY over this level.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she believes about 75% of House members are now vaccinated against COVID-19. Speaking at her weekly news conference today, she added that privacy concerns prevent her from knowing specifically who has received the vaccine.
It is a matter of privacy to know who is or who isn't. I can't go to the Capitol physician and say, give me names of people who aren't vaccinated so I can go encourage them to, or make it known to others to encourage them to be vaccinated. So we can't do that. But you would hope that science will guide them to protect themselves, their family members, and be good colleagues in the workplace to get vaccinated.
The House Speaker's comments come following President Biden's first address to Congress, which saw fewer lawmakers in the House chamber with mask and social distancing mandates. There's a new idea for providing relief to college graduates with student debt. Senate Finance Chairman Ron Wyden says student loan payments would be entitled to earn matching 401k retirement contributions from employers under a bill he introduced today. Employers would provide the benefit voluntarily, and it would only apply to higher education.
EMDI, Titan Medical, Tango Micro Delta India.
It's important to put every option on the table. The Italian island of Ischia has a plan to save its economy through another disastrous tourism season. Residents are waiting for a boatload of vaccines that should create herd immunity among the 70,000 inhabitants. They will then declare the island a COVID-free zone and wait for
all right, come on, Spy. Man, they're just taking their time. The blocks. All right, we got a few more blocks. We got 850,000 in. No, we got 1 million. Got 1 million shares. 417.14. hitting the tape.
operate in some areas, but you warned that Chinese leader Xi Jinping wants to make China the most significant consequential nation in the world, and the president insisted that the US will maintain a strong military presence in the Pacific. Global News 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ed Buffalo. This is Bloomberg.
PM in New York, and it's 7 PM in London. Live from Bloomberg's World and European headquarters, this is Bloomberg Markets. The close of High.
I'm Taylor Rooks. Remain Boston. He's off today.
And he misses another wobble around the record highs, Taylor. S&P clinging to new highs as investors waver between stellar earnings for supply chain worries. With treasuries dropping, commodities surging, will good cost assets.
All right, we got 4 blocks hitting the tape right here. 251,000 shares each at 417.14 with price trading 418.68, 418.70. That suggests shorts covering. We're above that bid price of 417.14. That we've seen quite a few of those this morning. Those are all equity blocks and dark pool prints. Whoa, we got a 1.28 million. Yeah, we saw that earlier. 1.28 million. That's $535 million trade. Above that price. SPY, we're above that price. Need to see a follow through. Desperately need a follow through.
ZYNAs, I know, representing 2 posters at Society of Biological Psychiatry, virtual meeting ZYNE.
Personal consumption, an annualized rate of 10.7%, the second fastest since the 1960s. Here, of course, we take a look at the GDP price index. It advances more than 4%. Caroline, as some of those inflationary fears start to re-enter the market, in large part of why you're seeing those 10-year yields climb higher on that reflationary, inflationary, higher growth expectations. You flip a board and you see that within the 10-year break-evens. I mentioned this briefly, Caroline, after that Fed special that you nailed, and we mentioned it again. We are climbing now to the highest since 2013. That's why you see a lot of that back up in the nominal yields as well.
And the fact that Fed Chair himself paid lip service to those break-evens, it's clearly got their attention. It's got your attention, Taylor.
All right, we should pop through this level. We got all those blocks showing up. All those blocks are showing up here. All right, so we're looking at all these blocks that are trading here. Watching these blocks that are trading. 417.14. Looks like we're going to push higher. Those are hitting the tape over the last 30 minutes or so. So 417.14, that's at the bid. At the bid. And price action's moving higher now. Looks like we're going to break out. Looks like we're going to break out. So look for that to issue a bullish trigger above this level. MACD's rising, RSI rising.
We do continue to see factors that continue to suppress inflation, such as technology and things like that as well. So while we do think inflation will continue to tick higher, it's certainly not something that we're overly concerned about.
All right, looking for a follow through. Come on, one pop through here. We need a big, big bullish candle. The government's going to be spending a crap ton of your money and then making sure you pay, you know what, starts with a T, ends with an S. Enforcement, spending $50 billion on enforcement. So expect some audits and phone calls and make sure you're taking deductions that don't take things you're not allowed. Don't be a Willie Nelson. Don't be a Willie Nelson.
Household savings, personal savings. A lot of the earnings reports that we've seen, a lot of businesses still have sitting on a lot of cash. And so I think
Facebook breaking out. Facebook continuation.
at some stage that the Fed is going to start to taper, and it will at some stage obviously start to eventually even raise rates. But the fact is that with the fiscal stimulus that we're seeing,
There goes Facebook.
particularly now with the additional measures that have been suggested,
Facebook breaking out. All right, can we get Netflix? Netflix next.
that is still coming through from the Fed and will remain there with it's going to
Let's go Netflix. Then Nvidia, Apple,
significant amounts of support, then the fact is that yields are going to keep ticking higher
Google.
as the market is sort of moving towards looking
All right, Microsoft can bounce too. That's helping.
from the huge amount of purchases
All right, so what you got there, Cayman?
once the stimulus is continuing to provide.
Yeah, we got buy signals on SPY, the 1 hour chart. Okay, can we, yeah, we're going to bust a move here. We're going to bust a move here. I'm going to invite some people into the trading room for the rest of the day. Maybe interested in trading with us. I'm going to invite people in for an hour or so. I'll wait around 3 o'clock. I'll give them an hour towards the end of the day. That way we have members benefit more. We'll invite some people in for the last hour of the trading day. All right, SPY starting to go. Looks like we're going to follow through now. Looks very good. Looks very good.
Investors, they need these returns, they need the yield. And so it's something that we expect to continue. To a certain extent, also, you mentioned if the S&P 500 or the stock market, we're seeing those, hovering around record highs still. And that's because investors are looking, they have this cash and they need to put it somewhere.
Apple looking really good. Apple's following through, looking very nice. Apple. They're taking their sweet time buying this. They're taking their sweet time.
In some emerging markets, so for example, in China and in Indonesia, we continue to find some very attractive sources of both carry and yield. I think also if we look in Europe, for example, we do retain our relative value trade where we're still long Italian government bond and we're short German duration.
All right, looking for a follow through. SPY, come on, let's do this. More blocks coming in. 1 million shares trading in 4 blocks over the last 20 minutes. All right, here we go. Looks like SPY is going to pop now. Looks like SPY is going to pop. Come on, watching the volume here. Facebook continues. Netflix, come on, Netflix, pop through this level already. Apple's already done it. Nvidia's next. Nvidia and Netflix, they're holding us back here. Google looks like it's going to break higher. Facebook is gone. Facebook is gone. Facebook looking good here. Continue to make higher highs now on Facebook. All right, clearing this level. Looks like we could take out the high, 331.81. Another 3 points. All right, Facebook's going. Facebook looking good here. Facebook looking for Netflix and Apple to take off.
tool to alienate the Black and the Asian American communities, and it was incredibly successful.
We know the racism didn't begin yesterday. We know it's probably not going to end tomorrow, but it is our job to make sure that there's progress and we keep people safe, give people dignity.
I spent a lot of time last year to just listen, to understand, to reflect, and understand what I could do as a leader of this organization.
For many years, we've been very shareholder focused, and now there really is.
All right, looking for a follow through.
The economic downturn in the U.S., we're seeing unemployment and income losses affecting women more than men.
All right, SPY going now. SPY's going. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Nice. All right, looking good.
BSO Now is your online home for brand new Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. Discovering new releases each week that include behind-the-scenes storytelling.
All right, futures are going now. We got less volume has traded in this area.
Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsored by Bank of America.
Caroline, we often talk about the horse race between the big bulge bracket banks. It's really fun as you get maybe more of a middle market, more of a regional view. And we get to do that with Raymond James. Reporting earnings yesterday, frankly, the numbers are
All right, so volume is coming in. We're moving above pivots. Now we're starting to see a follow through. Now we're seeing that follow through we've been watching for. All right, congratulations if you held into that. Okay, those blocks forecasting a potential follow through. Big trades here. Looking for 417. Those 417.14s gave us a clue that was shorts covering. We were trading 418.65, 418.70 when all those blocks hit the tape. So that was telling us what to look forward to. Now we're following through. Tonight, of course, we have Google earnings. Amazon earnings. We got Amazon. Twitter, NIO, U.S. Steel, Skyworks, Gilead. Tomorrow we got some good earnings plays. ExxonMobil, Chevron, AbbVie. Looking for a follow through there. All right, so we're following through. Consider taking some profits off into strength. We've got an hour and 44 minutes to go. Hour and 44 minutes to go. Looking for more blocks to come through now. All right, they weren't very active this morning. Now they're picking it up. Even on the downtrend here below VWAP. The volume was not very high. Up until this pivot low right here, we only had like 6 blocks all day, and those were 419s and 420s. Got down to this low, we had about 10 blocks. Once we started to turn, that's where we saw all those 417.14s come in. We traded about 5 million shares in block size as we started to move higher. So we want to see that continue. Right now, the FANG stocks are starting to stall.
so the migration to Florida's been high because of the salt tax reduction going away. You know, I think as people are working from home for winter, Florida.
All right, so waiting for some more follow through. SPY starting to rally. SPY starting to rally now.
If you look at tax rates themselves, I think a lot of us
Following through.
how much they were cut in the last cut. You know, we thought they needed to be lower, but I think there's room for it to go up. And most economists CEOs I've talked to believe the same. And in financial services, we're in the industry that I think is a group with the highest tax paying rate. So we're used to paying taxes, and if we have to pay a little more, and that's fair, I think it's okay. And I personally feel, everyone feels different on the top individual income tax rate. It was cut in the last tax program. A lot of us weren't sure why, because I thought it was a fair tax rate. More concerned about some of the things they talked about with capital gains and other things, not because of the rate, but how to fit in.
All right, so a nice follow through. SPY starting to push higher. I know you guys are and ladies are breathing a sigh of relief now that we're pushing higher. Looks like Microsoft wants to go. Apple is making new highs, new lows, new higher highs and higher lows on the 5-minute. Microsoft is testing this 251.50 zone. If Microsoft can get above this level, we should see a follow through. Let's see who's rising end of day. Let's look at the NASDAQ. All right, most of these, notice that most of these are above VWAP and rising. Most of these stocks are above VWAP and rising. Let's go take a look at S&P 500. All right, so all of these are above VWAP and rising. Look at Dexcom, DXC Technology. That's following through, breaking higher. That has earnings tonight. Watch that. GNRC following through, back above VWAP. Comcast and other broadcasting stocks in the XLC communications sector faring well. Facebook leading the way at the moment. Qualcomm, looking for a trade on Qualcomm. We wrote about that this morning in the morning blog post. I would like to see about a week's worth of basing here. If it takes off tomorrow and starts to move higher, it's going to be more risky, even more risky than it is today, for a gap and go right near this 140 zone. 140.68 held, came down and tested it. I would rather a base in this area, so I'm not in a big hurry. Facebook, on the other hand, gap and go. You know how to trade gap and go. Gap and go, you look for the next 6-minute pivot. All right, so the next pivot low that we have on the 60-minute time frame tomorrow will give us the next pivot, will give us an area where we can draw our trend line through there. That'll be a gap and go. That'll be our stop going forward for Facebook. Let's say we wind up having a pivot low around 327 tomorrow. We can draw a trend line through this low and 327. Use that as your stop going forward. Look for higher prices on Facebook. Digital earnings. Snap telling us the same thing. We already know that these should continue to move higher. Snap and looking for a push above these levels. Facebook breaking out. Facebook does a great job of digital advertising for businesses. All right. So does Google, and Google, of course, is doing quite well since earnings, gap and go. So here's a good example of a gap and go. This is the strategy with gap and go. Why does a stock gap up? It's because institutions like the earnings, they buy it as the stock is moving higher. They'll keep buying it. So with this one, you want to draw a trend line through this low and that low and just ride that level higher as your stop. Hopefully this starts to rip higher and take out 24.31. Otherwise, a stop would be a trend line through this area. Moving through 23.95 or so, going into the close as your stop. All right, SPY continues the grind higher. We saw all those blocks as a cue that they were covering their shorts, and we were looking for a reversal. SPY continues to perform now. All right, looking very good. Looking very good going into the last hour. We've got an hour, a little more than an hour and 30 37 minutes to go.
UAL, United Airlines CEO says company still mulling mandatory COVID vaccines. That's Uniform Alpha Lima, UAL.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, SPY, following through. If you got too much size on, do yourself a favor. Be taken a little bit off into strength. There's no guarantees we're going to get all the way back up to the highs of the day. So reduce your risk. You got the nice, you were lucky again. We are lucky again. The 4170, that was the vol trigger. 4170 was the volatility trigger. We know that if we would drop below that, we could see a quick move lower to 415. We didn't. They defended that level, 4170. That's when we started to see those blocks come in to confirm back above VWAP. All right, so as we rise, I'd be taking a little profits off into strength, of course. Facebook flagging at the highs now. Netflix not able to break higher. NVIDIA trying to push above VWAP. NVIDIA. All right, we're right at VWAP. So if we pop above VWAP and volume picks up, that would be a good shot at NVIDIA with a stop underneath. Looking for a follow through. Apple continues to please off the lows at VWAP. So if we push off of VWAP, that would be your stop underneath for a run into the close. Microsoft, same thing at VWAP. If we can pop above VWAP, stop underneath this level right here. Looking for a push through VWAP. Microsoft looking for a run. Most stocks look good. You know that only 7 stocks from the growth arena, including Facebook, Apple, NVIDIA, Netflix, Google, Microsoft, those stocks comprise 23% of the S&P 500, the weight of the 23% of the weight of the S&P 500. So if these stocks continue to move higher, expect SPY to continue. And on top of that, expect to see more blocks. We're waiting for more blocks to show up. Tick cumulative, we're waiting for that to cross. It has. Fast signal is turned up now. Got a green signal. The only thing we're waiting on is breadth. Up volume is still being outweighed by down volume. Down volume is 1.89 to 1 down volume on the NASDAQ. So we need to see that flip to bullish. I don't know we'll see that. So I'd be taking profits off into strength over the next hour or so. Bears must be a little upset that they haven't been able to hold prices lower. Doesn't mean we can't drop off tomorrow. I know I'm speaking blasphemy. Watching Netflix here. Watch Netflix. Been waiting for Netflix to pop above VWAP here. And it did. Now we're looking for it to move above the 240E. Of course, the 240E, you know, is the 60-minute, the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. That's been holding prices back here. If we can pop above this level, maybe we see 513 very quickly. I know Russell was thinking about shorting earlier in the week at 515, I believe. All right, so we know Netflix on the daily time frame. This is day 7 of the base. So day 8 is usually the day we start to see a move higher out of a base. Doesn't mean it'll happen. It's not a guarantee. But we got a nice hammer today, like 3 previous hammers that we had to start the week and to end last week, Thursday, Friday, into Monday. So we got 4 hammers. Draw a trend line, a horizontal through this level, and about 505, that's where the buyers have pushed price up to. So we're looking for them to push it above this level now into the top of that rectangular range. Draw a rectangle around here. We're right at the midpoint of that rectangle, looking for a push to the 200-day. And with that, I'm going to shut up for a few minutes. My throat is bothering me. Facebook, the volume on the daily. Facebook on the daily. All right, this is something we talk about. All right, so Facebook. You see volume like this over the last 5 trading days, especially the last 2 trading days. What does this tell you? They were buying from 303 up to the current level, 330. So do you think they're into this for only they're into this for 15 handles? Or do you think they're looking for much higher prices? I'm thinking they're looking for much higher prices on Facebook. So we had the move from March into August, like all the FANG stocks, consolidated those gains. So what happens after a run higher? We consolidate. What happens after consolidation? We break out. What are we doing right now? We're breaking out. And the volume confirms it. That's institutions, MACD cross. I wouldn't buy it up here. You had your buy point a little bit earlier on the 5-minute as we started to move off the lows and the market started to reverse as a tailwind. We have A, B, C, and D. We're looking for that pattern to play out on Facebook. All right, we're looking for ABCD pattern on Facebook. All right, we got A there, B and C. Now we're looking for D on Facebook. ABCD. All right, so Facebook looks good. Looking for a follow through. SPY's just grinding away. Netflix, come on, Netflix. One pop through here. Netflix has been a pain for the last hour. Just been moving sideways. All right, looking for more blocks.
I'm Ed Ludlow with the First Word News. Moderna says it plans to produce as many as 3 billion doses of its COVID-19 vaccine next year. The vaccine maker says it is increasing output at several factories in the US and Europe. Moderna says the number of doses it makes next year will depend on the mix of production between its current vaccine, which uses
Facebook.
a higher dose, and pediatric vaccines and booster shots that are currently in human trials and likely to use smaller doses.
MGI, Michael Gove, India.
Germany, France, and other European Union governments are calling on the rest of the bloc to join them in curbing travel from India as that country battles record levels of COVID-19 infections.
All right, Facebook. Looking for that follow through, and Facebook's buying the cues. All right, Apple, Facebook, Netflix, Nvidia, Google, Microsoft, they're all doing the same thing, higher highs and higher lows. So they're adding to the punch in the face of the bears that thought they were going to get this to break down. I was thinking that we were going to do it. I was thinking we were going to break down and test the 9 EMA. Came so close. Came very close to the 9 EMA. Down here at 415. Now it's at 416, rising. We were thinking that if we lost the 9 EMA, 21-day was next, the bottom of this range. And if we lost the 21-day, that would be critical because 410, 4100 is the major gamma level that we're watching. A break below 4100 would forecast a fast move to 4000. The exact opposite is happening. The exact opposite is now happening. So we're seeing lots of things on the bullish side. Volatility trigger held 4170. We reversed right at that level. We reversed right at that level just before noon. We hit 4170. That was the volatility trigger. We knew that ahead of time. If you paid attention this morning before the open, 4170 was that level. We came down, came very close to the 9 EMA. It was at 415 earlier today. Since then, we've risen up to 416. And we see all of the FANG stocks participating right now. So this is really strong. strong price action in the FANG stocks. Let me go to FANG real quick. The FANG stocks, every one of these is above VWAP except Microsoft. We're looking for a move through VWAP. Microsoft, Qualcomm, Tesla's right there coming around the corner. Texas Instruments reported earnings. We're looking for PayPal to push. The rest of these 15 stocks make up more than 55% of the weight of the NASDAQ 100. 100 stocks, 15 stocks, 15 stocks governing direction in a big way. All right, Netflix, come on, Netflix, you can do this. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA's starting to move now. NVIDIA's above VWAP. Apple moving higher, above VWAP. Apple, look at that wick on that candle. We got plenty of time. Can you imagine if we had a bullish candle by the end of the day? Spying the Qs. That would be awesome. Apple blew it out. I'm surprised that it sold as much as it did today. Well, not really surprised, but I was anticipating much higher levels. I was thinking that we could see 140 today. Came close to it last night. Apple back above VWAP now. All right, Apple back above VWAP. All right, SPY continues to move higher. Q's moving higher. Looks good. All right, Apple. Can we get a push now? Apple, thank you. All these FANG stocks have a big impact on the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100 by virtue of their weight. Facebook continues to grind higher. ABCD pattern on Facebook. Thank you very much. ABCD pattern on the 5-minute. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, if you're a new member, we'll look for this pattern. We'll look for this pattern during the day. The A pivot early in the morning on Facebook, we dipped below B and C, showing up at lunchtime. B and C showing up on Facebook, and now Apple, similar. We got A over here. B, C, C, and looking like D could follow through into the last hour and 25 minutes of the trading day. Here's A over here for Facebook. Here's B and C following through. That pattern shows up every day. Pattern shows up every day, and something that you should be aware of. All right, so we're currently trading into D right now. Currently trading into D, Facebook, following through. Facebook's still going. Thank you very much, Facebook. All right, SPY. Wow, nice reversal on SPY, huh? Nice reversal on SPY. Qs. Let's see what the Qs look like. What kind of volume blocks do we have on the Qs today? Not the same amount of interest on the Qs as we saw with the SPY.
EBS Emergent Biosolutions has 60 million J&J doses awaiting approval. That's EBS and J&J.
All right, SPY continues.
Emergent Biosolutions getting a pop here on that headline, EBS.
Facebook. SPY still going. All right, Netflix, we're looking for that pop on Netflix, and maybe it comes in the last hour. Netflix, we've been watching for this breakout on Netflix. It's one of the few FANG stocks that are just sitting here below this pivot. MACD's flat. All right, RSI is still above, and price action is above VWAP. VWAP's flattening out. We're trying to push above this. Come on, Netflix. Should have gone with Facebook. Facebook was looking better. Netflix trying to push a bit higher. Patience. Maybe we'll get one more pop in these FANG stocks. Google looking good. Okay, once again, we've got earnings tonight. We have earnings tonight. Amazon, it's a big one. Amazon earnings. NIO, Twitter, US Steel, Skyworks, Gilead, Western Digital, Vertex, Dexcom. We're looking for Exxon and Chevron to give us an idea of what energy names are going to look like tomorrow before the open. AstraZeneca probably disappoints. AstraZeneca, they spent a lot of money on the vaccines, and I don't know what they're going to get out of it, but a lot of bad news lately. Microsoft, looking for a push higher on Microsoft. So it'd be nice to see Microsoft push higher.
HOFV, CEO to appear on Fox Business with
Microsoft, right at VWAP, trying to push higher.
Foxtrot Victor. HOFV.
Microsoft, Apple, Facebook looking the best. Google's trying to take it up to higher levels. We got Nvidia pushing higher. Just waiting on Netflix. SPY continuation. SPY continues to push away from VWAP. Volume keeps coming in. More blocks at 417.14. We're trading 419.74, and those blocks are hitting the tape, showing at the bid. So that's shorts covering more. I would assume.
CHK, Chesapeake, South Texas Access could be valued at as much as $2 billion. That's according to Reuters. That's
All right,
Charlie Hotel
SPY.
Kilo.
Really cooking now. SPY is really cooking.
CHK.
Almost to 420. Can we get one of those massive runs that we've seen lately?
Chesapeake hitting a high 48.50, now 46.91. Chesapeake Energy considering potential sale of the South Texas assets according to Reuters. That's CHK, Charlie Hotel Kilo.
Nice job there, Sean. Nice job. I'll take 100% every day.
ETON, Peloton, Bloomberg Law reporting Peloton allegedly
High tick alert. Here we go. We're ripping higher now.
Thursday in federal court in New York saying Peloton allegedly misled investors on treadmill safety for kids. That's Papa Tango Oscar November.
All right, SPY on the move. What a nice move on SPY.
SPCE, Virgin Galactic.
All right, I took a little profits off on SPY as well. SPY, I'm taking an exit. SPY.
That from Virgin Orbit.
All right, those SPY calls, if you took them earlier this morning, I took them off flat, got back in them, as we talked about, as price action continued to move higher. Those were up over 110%. Some of you doing quite well on those, more than 110%. All right, still waiting for some of these other stocks to follow through now.
Brazilian Space Agency reported, and Brazilian Air Force that Virgin Orbit has been selected to bring orbital launch capability to Brazil.
All right. All right, take some profits off into strength, folks. All right, Netflix, we're looking for that break higher in Netflix. That would be very, very nice. The market gods to push us above this pivot. NVIDIA's going. NVIDIA looking very strong here. NVIDIA pushing through VWAP. NVIDIA's on the move. NVIDIA's on the move. NVIDIA's going. NVIDIA's on the move. Grover, you're crazy, man. All right, looking good. This is I can't say it enough. This market is so forgiving. I don't know what else to say other than the fact that this market is so forgiving. Some of you that were holding on to calls through that whole dip managed to pull off a nice reversal, and it could have been so much worse. Could have been so much worse. Happy that it worked out for everyone. Happy that it worked out for most. NVIDIA's still going. I'm still waiting for our Netflix to break out. Facebook did very well off the lows. Apple, I got some calls for tomorrow that are left. Maybe I take those off. All right, SPY looks like it wants to keep going. Q's looking for a follow through. All right, Silica back up to Silica SLCA. That one this morning showed up on the energy stocks. That one's a nice ABCD pattern here. Same ABCD pattern that we look for during that. Here's A over here, B and C. Okay, so the A part happens usually before noon, and B and C usually happen during or slightly after noon. All right, so we're looking for that follow through. SPY starting to flag now at 420, all the way back to the highs after a $3 or a 30 handle move to the downside. Very important thing to remember, volatility trigger. Where is the volatility trigger? We knew ahead of time. Volatility trigger was at 4170 for the S&P 500. Where did we reverse just before noon? 4170. That was an excellent level to take some calls. I think Sean and a few other people bought the lows, stuck it out through the rest of the day. Very nice trade there, Sean, and others. Those of you, I didn't see everybody who traded calls at the lows. Did a nice job there. All right. I still want to point out that although we did manage a nice reversal, the markets have been very forgiving. Do know that we're trading up there near the highs. And this trend line have to be adjusted a little bit. All right, so let me do that. So we got a pivot low that held right there. I like to take the bodies of the candles. So for a while there, it looked like a trend break. If we take this and extend it out, looked like a trend break earlier this morning. We had that hammer 3 hours ago. That hammer right there, or hanging man candle inside a price action. All right, that price action has held price. So we bounced off the lower half of this range, pushed higher. Now we're consolidating at the highs. The thing that I'm concerned about is now we need to, by the end of the day, at the close, we'll see what institutions did. Did they rotate more of those calls upward that we were watching for? Did they rotate more of those calls up? If they did, then we have a good shot at 425 by May OPEX. Okay, so we're watching for that. And thanks to the calls that showed up today and the SPY volume, we had a pretty good confirmation that we're going to see a follow through. Looking good. Looking good. All right, so I'll keep that where it is. Let me just adjust these. Adjust those up a little bit. All right. So we're back above 50. Strength of trend persists. Very persistent grumbling on StockTwits. So we know that there were a lot of bears, mostly disappointed on this reversal. So above average volume starting to pick up in here. Starting to see the bulls show up. We didn't get down to all the way down to oversold, but we are turning higher, so that's good. Had a chance to recuperate some energy on the reversal. Bears having to cover, that's helping out the bulls. And we also talked about NYSE, how this new highs on the histogram, 340 new highs, gave us an early indication. This back down at the lows of the day today, around 12 o'clock. This was already up to 330 new highs. So when the blocks came in, when those blocks came in, it told us to look for confirmation because the number of new highs just kept permeating the trade today. So that looked good. And we see a lot of things happening like Facebook at the highs, Microsoft bouncing, Apple back up to 134.50, Nvidia pushing higher, Netflix still looking for a breakout on Netflix. Google, looks like Google could bounce and break out end of day. So new highs looking good. SPY and the Qs are flagging up here. SPY and the Qs are flagging. And we're pushing higher. All right, so I favor the SPY over the Qs only because of what we saw on the value versus growth. All right, so we saw growth backing off due to earnings. You can see the red line dropping. Here's growth here, but the buyers started showing up around noon, and both of these are rising now. So that's good. That's a good sign. All right. So growth and value are both getting bought off the lows, obviously, and confirmed. All right. Futures almost tagging the highs that we saw this morning. Right around 9 o'clock, 9:05, we tagged the high of the day, and then we reversed quickly on the same candle. We just tagged that area on the futures, and now we're flagging at the daily point of control. We're at the daily point of control. All right, can we hold this level? Watch FANG. That'll help out a great deal. FANG stocks are helping out. 7 stocks make up 23% of the weight of the S&P 500. Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Netflix, Google, Amazon. 23%. So when they're moving all together and they're moving higher, guess what you should anticipate? SPY and the Qs should move higher too. Now Apple's starting to see profit taking. Maybe Netflix, one more pop. We got a TTM squeeze. Netflix, TTM squeeze. Excuse me. All right, SPY and the Qs are flagging at the highs. Very forgiving market. So hopefully you took profits off into strength. Waiting for Netflix. Netflix is the last thing I'd like to see pop. I'd like to see one more pop. Tight squeeze. Look at the Bollinger Bands. Bollinger Bands squeezing here. All right, so if we see the green bands move outside the gray area, that would be a TTM squeeze on the 5-minute. Let's see what other time frames look like. Let's go to the 30-minute. 30 minutes still squeezing. 60-minute on Netflix squeezing. This is day 7 for Netflix. Day 7, 4-hour. All right, still coming together. Bollinger Bands coming together. So day 8 is tomorrow. We're looking for, okay, Netflix looks like it wants to do something here. Netflix looks like it wants to do something. Let's see if it can do it right here, right now, while we're watching it. All right, watch these Bollinger Bands. Netflix. Netflix, we get a breakout here. I'd take some profits off into strength, maybe keep some for tomorrow if you took options today. We got an hour to go. Power hour.
RRD Chatham Asset Management sends letter to R.R. Donnelly. Chatham owns about 9.8% of the outstanding common stock of R.R. Donnelly. That's RRD. Romeo Delta.
There's a battle on Capitol Hill over a proposal to curtail counterfeit and stolen goods that are being sold online. Amazon and other marketplaces like Etsy and eBay are squaring off with manufacturers and brick-and-mortar retailers. The legislation would require third-party marketplaces to verify the identity of high-volume sellers and provide transparency.
It's worth it if you, unless you like trading alone. The way we trade the markets is a lot different than most of the people on StockTwits trade the markets. SPY and the Qs moving higher. All right, looking for a follow-through and a breakout. If these green bands move outside the gray area, look for a follow-through. All right, looking for a follow through. All right, SPY is breaking out now. Vantair, you're getting your level. All right, looking for Netflix to follow through. SPY and the Qs continue to push higher. All right, looking for a follow-through. SPY giving it to us in spades today. There goes the Qs. Looking good. Looking good. Qs at the highs of the day. Back up to the highs of the day on the Qs. Netflix, that elusive breakout. We're looking for that breakout in the Qs.
Keeping yields relatively low. Of course, Taylor, your eyes are on track Tom bond yields today. They're pushing up higher on the long end, but it is curve steepening. That 2-year remains anchored.
Yes, it does, and I'll do, of course, because of the Fed and what you did yesterday, Caroline. Let's do more of that with Victoria Fernandez, Chief Market Strategist at Crossmark Global Investments, joining us now from Houston. And Victoria, piggyback off of what we just heard. I mean, full faith in the Fed. It is lower for longer, really striking that.
There goes NVIDIA.
Does this just mean that the trend is
NVIDIA going.
these equity markets?
Apple trying to go. Microsoft. NVIDIA grinding higher.
You've got monetary policy really supporting the fiscal policy right now. And so you have got sentiment that is going higher. You've got the liquidity in the market to allow.
All right, nice follow through on NVIDIA. Nice follow through on NVIDIA.
So I really think you're set up to have a really strong rest of this year. Obviously, the consumer is key. We saw in the GDP number almost 11% on the consumption number.
Roblox. Roblox breaking out. Roblox breaking out. Roblox going.
Still coming with some of the new packages. We've got capital expenditures, which is really key, Taylor, for businesses. Now, I will say that could be a
Roblox going. Look at the volume.
but for now, it's still momentum going forward in this market.
Are the companies that we're hearing from in the earnings season backing up the fundamentals as we also talk about massive Fed supply as well?
Well, we have seen amazing numbers come out.
There goes Roblox. Some selling into strength there. Roblox doing quite well.
The financial names, I mean, everyone is doing really well. Even Caterpillar was doing well. But it's the guidance that these companies are giving that are having the stocks pull back a little bit. Concern about what the supply chain is going to look like, not just for chips, which has been a huge story, but for the
Apache going end of day. Apache, the energy names. Little follow through. There goes Roblox. Roblox going.
a little more cautious than I think some people were anticipating, but we're still looking at analysts saying GDP for the second quarter will be even higher, closer to around 8%. So with that in mind, I think the stocks have room to run.
Stocks have room to run. Does any of the supply chain worry, any of the inflation that you're starting to see across asset prices, if nowhere else, does it make you rethink your portfolio construction? Is it making you think about moving in and out of certain assets?
So it really doesn't, Caroline, because we're longer term investors here at Crossmark. So we know there's some short term opportunities, but we're really looking longer term. And Powell has come out. We heard it yesterday. They are not.
Ready to go spy in the Qs. Spy in the Qs now going.
We're seeing, we saw PCE this morning, that these are transitory numbers. And I tend to agree with them in the short term. Base effects, supply chain effects. I don't think that's going
Wow.
to give them
Nice day.
long-term inflation that they're
Very nice day.
The key here is to really watch when you get a handoff from the temporary inflation to wage pressure, because that's where your longer-term inflation is going to come from. And the fact that we're seeing the labor market improve, the fact that hopefully we see people coming back.
SPY tagging 420.50.
Start to push that inflation a little bit higher a couple quarters from now, but we have to be careful because those are the lower paying jobs. We'll have to see how much pressure that actually puts.
Nice job.
Your clients that you're talking to over at Crossmark at the moment, of course, long-term investors, how much are they rethinking their portfolio? How much are we talking around tax changes?
Apache moving back up towards the highs of the day. Energy names looking strong.
Well, as you mentioned, because we are longer-term investors, the capital gains tax is not the key to
Tesla's only off $10 now. $11.
some of the longer-term
Cleveland Cliffs trying to get back above 18.
Coming up after the close, earnings from AMZN, Amazon, TWTR, Twitter, NIO Neo,
If you still have calls on the Qs or puts or both,
Skyworks, MBIS Microvision,
Amazon should have a nice impact.
ILD Gilead, BCH Beazer Homes.
All right, so earnings tonight again. Earnings tonight. Don't forget the earnings tonight. Amazon, NIO, Twitter, US Steel, Skyworks, Gilead, Western Digital, Vertex Pharmaceuticals, Dexcom, Pacific Biosciences, ExxonMobil tomorrow, along with Chevron. Weyerhaeuser should have an impact on Louisiana Pacific and Boise Cascade. Lumber prices have gone crazy, but these companies should be reporting big numbers. All right, Google pulling back in a little bit. All right, we're starting to see a little bit cracks here and there on the Qs. Google, the first one to see some profit taking. We've got 50 minutes to go. 50 minutes to go, 50 minutes to go for the regular session. All right, let me get rid of this. All right, so with Roblox, you can see this ABCD pattern. Here's A over here. Here's B, C, and D is the rip into the close. ABCD. That's a very common pattern. Today we got A at the open. We got B near noon, which happened to coincide with the markets turning as well, and these blocks showing up on SPY, in addition to the 4170 volatility trigger coming in as a pivot low. All of that coinciding nicely with the low in the markets there. So Roblox continues to ramp higher. Roblox looking for 80 or better. 84 would be the top of the channel. Roblox. All right, the top of this channel is about 84, 85, and maybe 86. I'd be happy with 80 short term if you're day trading it off this lower channel. We took some off the pullback. Always buy the pullback when you see the buyers show up. Don't buy the highs unless you do it small. Almost always disappointed if you're buying the highs, the top part of the Bollinger Bands. All right, Roblox continues to move higher. ABCD pattern looks good. Eli Lilly. All right, Rob is looking at Eli Lilly. Let's go check out Lilly. Yeah. I see what you're looking at. A move above the 9 and 20 in 1 day is my preference. I know you like this. You like to micro scalp this. You'll scalp it 10 times between now and 185. I'm looking for a move above the 9 and 21 day. That way I can see this move from about a $5 move between the 21 day and the 50 day. I see your move here is mean reversion from 182 back up to 185 or so. Are you selling premium here, Rob? You're probably going to sell premium, right? Maybe sell the 175s or the 176s, 178s for the reversal. I imagine that's what you're going to do. Did you sell Netflix? You sold Netflix puts before? Is that what you were doing? That's a good trade as well. Netflix, look at that nice. Can you imagine if Netflix is a bullish candle at the end of the day, what that's going to look like? Looks like Facebook is trying to, looks like Netflix is trying to break out here. Or we're waiting for it to happen. We're watching this Netflix chart. All right, so watching Netflix here. I imagine you sold puts down here, right? Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I figured. So there's a lot of ways to trade this. You can do a credit spread at the lows. Rob chose to do naked. Sold puts down here on the reversal. Covered up here. He's all out of that trade now. Nice profit. All right, looking for that breakout on Netflix. Looking for that breakout. All right, we got 45 minutes to go. Plenty of time for a lot of things to happen here. Netflix looking for that trigger right now. All right, so if you have options from before, I know Lee Star bought calls down here at the low. Rob, on the other hand, sold premium and covered up here. Lee Star bought calls down here, looking for a push higher. That's working as well. Lulu looks good. Lulu pulling back a little bit. Looking for a follow through tomorrow. Lulu. Let's take a look at Lulu real quick. Lulu on the daily. All right, Lulu above this flag, looking for a follow through. If it can start to build the right side of a cup, probably in the next few weeks we'll see 390. As it cruises above this volume by price area right here. Looking for a follow through. Netflix. All right. Google, a little bit more profit taking. Stocks are starting to see some profit taking with less than 45 minutes to go. About 42 minutes to go, regular session. I think that's a good idea. To start taking some profits off the table was a good idea.
PSO Now is your online home for weekly Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. See new concerts
All right.
behind the scenes.
It's taken so long for Netflix to break out of this TTM squeeze. I doubt it's going to happen today because the cues are starting to fade right now, profit taking. Same with the SPY. These FANG stocks are starting to see profit taking now. Profit taking in the FANG stocks going into Amazon earnings. Take some profits. Take some profits off. We'll get one more stab higher. I'm hoping that Netflix can do something in the next 40 minutes. But it's increasingly unlikely if we continue to see profit taking in the day. The last 20 minutes, 5-minute candles are showing profit taking. Can we get one more stab higher?
HOFV, CFO currently on Fox Business.
Someone's been buying Netflix all day. Excuse me. Someone's been buying Tesla all day. That's interesting. All right, so we're watching Netflix right here. Netflix. Do note that we're seeing lots of flow in Tesla, ServiceNow, MasterCard, Mosaic, Charles Schwab, SPY, and Bank of America, among others. Amazon, we got about $2 million in 2 orders. That's a bullish flow. Bearish flow, we see some 13 million in bearish flow in SPY as we're trading at the highs, IWM and the Qs. All right, so keep that in mind. All right. Facebook's starting to bounce now. All right, somebody's buying Facebook here for a quick scalp, it looks like. Same thing with NVIDIA. Maybe Netflix gets going. Qs, looks like a bounce, potentially a higher low. Netflix, Doesn't look like it's going to break out, does it? SPY in the Q is pulling back now. So you should be taking profits off into strength. Looking for a follow through. Looks like SPY and the Qs are seeing more profit taking. All right, end of day, still more profit taking at the highs. That was quite a move from 417 back up to 420. 30 handles on the futures, 3 points on SPY. All right, watching Netflix end of day. Are they going to run this end of day when no one's watching? Netflix tomorrow is day 8. Day 8 tends to be the day where we see some action. Watching Netflix for that. Thank you, Lee Star. All right, this is what Lee Star is looking at. All right, this is Netflix. 7 days into its earnings. Day 8 tends to be a day where we see a move. Doesn't necessarily mean the move is going to be higher. It's a military jet. Doesn't mean that the move is going to be higher. But on the 8th day, check your charts. Check your charts. Most stocks after 7-8 days tend to move. We don't know the direction, but I'm anticipating that the move could be into tomorrow, could be higher on Netflix. All right, so we're watching for that.
Tango Kilo Alpha, Tango TKAT.
All right, watching Netflix. Watching for those green bands to open up like they did over here and over here. Looking for them to open up. Looking for RSI to tell us which direction, along with MACD. MACD's flat right now. Stochastics above 50, so that's telling us to look for a close in the upper half of the daily range.
TIXY, Shift Pixie, shares having getting some volume here now. Continuing with heavy volume, shares moving near the highs again, $3.58.
OSTK ending the day on 8 times regular volume. OSTK. All right, watching Netflix. OSTK. Overstock. OSTK. All right, that's the low of the day. Realty Income. O. It's a REIT. Bloomin' Brands. The restaurant sector looked pretty strong today. Bloomin' Brands did pull back. Molson Coors, TAP. Let's see what that looks like. All right, it goes. Watch Netflix here. Here goes Netflix. Molson Coors looks good too. TAP looks good. End of day, ABCD pattern. TAP into tomorrow.
Some say this is my greatest challenge. Governments in record debt, inflation rising, currencies falling. But I have seen
Yeah.
with one companion that hedges the risk.
Look at Molson Coors, TAP. This looks really good right now. Watching Molson Coors. All right, look at that nice tight squeeze here. Here's A, B, C, and it took off in D. Now it's creating another A, B, C, and looking for a D now. Molson Coors looks good into the close. We've got 31 minutes to go for the regular session. Netflix, no follow through yet. Netflix. SPY and the Qs look like they could get one more shot. One more shot at the bears. All right, Facebook's starting to turn here. Facebook starting to turn. Tight Bollinger Band. Looking for a follow through.
PIXY, Shift Dixie, the highs now 365 PIXY.
Every Friday with 30 minutes dedicated to fixed income, I'm Jonathan Ferro. This is Bloomberg Radio. I'm Ed Ludlow with the First Word News. Moderna says it plans to produce as many as 3 billion doses of its COVID-19 vaccine next year. The vaccine maker says it is increasing output at several factories in the US and Europe. Moderna CEO Stefan Bancel spoke with Bloomberg about the company's plans.
Facebook. All right, Netflix.
Moderna says the number of doses it makes next year will depend on the mix of production between its current vaccine, which uses a higher dose, and pediatric vaccines and booster shots.
Google's still pulling back. Netflix just grinding higher.
The Italian island of Ischia has a plan to save the economy from another disastrous tourism season. Residents are waiting for a boatload of vaccines that should create herd immunity among the 70,000 inhabitants. They will then declare the island a COVID-free zone and wait for an influx of visitors from Europe and the US. But on mainland Italy, regional governors are arguing that no one should get priority treatment. Germany, France, and other European Union governments are calling on the rest of the bloc to join them in curbing travel from India.
SPY and the Q still drifting a bit lower.
There is now concerns for possible
Google fading a bit now. Google fading a bit.
on Wednesday. Several officials urged the EU to quickly adopt restrictions.
Market on close, 277 million on the sell side.
277 sell side, not that much. Looks like just a fade. Looks like profit taking. Makes sense. I mean, you hit the highs. They let it pull back to 4170. The volatility trigger area. They bought there. They ran it back up to the highs. Could be some distribution up here, so be careful. Could be distribution up here. All right, volume coming in on Netflix. Volume coming in on Netflix. Netflix volume. Netflix volume. Netflix. Seeing some volume on Netflix. Here we go. Netflix. Can we get a pop on Netflix? We can trade it tomorrow as well. Netflix, if you didn't trade it today, you can trade it tomorrow. Look for an ABCD pattern or the 8th day follow through. All right, Netflix pushing higher now. Okay, looks like we're going to get the move on Netflix right here. Netflix is about to go. Yeah, me too, David.
Huge earnings seasons. You're right, Caroline. Let's go on over to ETF IQ as well, and I'm going to bring in Eric Altunis of Bloomberg Intelligence because Eric, it also sort of seems like despite some of this positive news and some of the good fundamentals that Caroline was talking about, when it comes to ETF flows, you're starting to see some signs of a risk off signal. Are you not?
Yeah, and it's interesting. The flows may have portended the fact that, as you said, the price of tech stock didn't really jump as much as we thought on the
All right, there goes Netflix finally getting your breakout on Netflix. There you go. Netflix breakout, take profits into strength.
So we track an index called the ETF Trading Crowd, and it's full of ETFs that are using pseudo futures like SPY, Qs, HYG, and that has seen the most outflows.
NFLX, Netflix shares getting a pop here. November Foxtrot, Lima X-Ray.
Netflix breakout. Go ahead and take profits off into strength. We got 25 minutes to go. You could see more upside on Netflix. Nice job. Took a lot of patience, but we finally got the trigger. Big move on Netflix.
Coinbase and Pass. UiPath has basically taken on $750 million of coins, and all other ETFs combined only own 100 million of coins. And it owns $230 million of Pass as well. And in Pass, it's put in all 6 of its big 6 ETFs. Cassie Wood does not mess around. When she likes the stock, she goes in. And what's interesting about this, in my opinion, is it really shows why ARK is unindexable. A lot of asset managers are just slight tilts away from the benchmark, and you can largely turn a lot of that.
All right, got Netflix. Nice follow through. So being patient there, you can give Netflix, give Lee Star a shout out. Shout out to Lee Star for the setup on Netflix around noon. Nice job, folks. Nice job, guys and ladies.
Well, look, I look at the name of this thing, and I think it's an oxymoron, ESG and crypto. I mean, but this just shows you where the industry is looking way out ahead. Look, the returns of these mining companies are amazing, but the problem is the rapid.
Nice job. And it's still going. And it's still going.
Companies clean up a little bit. That way there's not that connection down the road. Now, this is going to have to pad itself with some bigger names, but it's just an interesting sign of the times. There's also probably a cottage industry that's going to continue to form that helps some of these miners get green, and if they can incorporate that, there could be an interesting growth play here. I will say ESG, I do think is starting to get slapped on everything. There's 200 ESG ETFs launched in the world in the past 2 years, and they're getting slapped on like bonds, everything you can think of, and it's possible the term just starts to get diluted. And I don't know, we'll see, but this is an interesting sign of the times filing.
Going to see the social and the governance parts of those crypto mining companies too. It's going to be really interesting. Eric Altunis of Bloomberg Intelligence. Always great to have him back on the show from New York and London as we head towards this market close in about 20 minutes to go. This is Bloomberg.
GeoVax shares spiking here. Golf Oscar Victor X-Ray.
I think on a broader scale, courage really allows you to embrace
All right, so Netflix taking profits off End of Strength. Nice job. Hat tip to Lee Star. Quite famous. Took a while.
ET, Echo Tango, Dakota Access Pipeline operators
There is renewed global attention on the fact that the
intend to seek Supreme Court review in case to keep line open during environmental review. That in a filing that's Echo Tango, ET.
Russia's vaccine, all of these have efficacy levels above 90%. The Chinese vaccines are ranging between 60-something% to just below 80%. And specific attention is being paid on one Chinese vaccine, Sinovac. This vaccine has been proven in a large-scale Brazil trial to have an efficacy level of just above 50%. 50% is the minimum threshold that regulators will accept for approval. So that is concerning, especially because this is a Chinese vaccine that's been distributed most widely around the world. A lot of developing countries like Brazil and Indonesia are dependent on these vaccines. The questions are starting to mount on how is this going to affect the global immunization effort. But what's also really important to keep in perspective is that the 50% efficacy rate is looking at all symptomatic disease, even mild sickness. And the truth is that all the vaccines we have out there right now, including the Chinese ones, are nearly 100% effective at preventing hospitalization and deaths. And those are the two most important things. Bring down serious sickness, bring down fatalities.
All right, we've got 20 minutes to go, folks. Really nice trading day today.
Expecting earnings from Amazon, AMC,
Good work. Nice work in the trading room.
Twitter at 4:05 p.m. WDC Western Digital also at 4 p.m.
All right, take profits on Netflix.
First Solar at 4:05 p.m.
All right, now we're getting a bounce. We could see a follow through. There goes Facebook. Oh my gosh. They're really going to cook the bears today. They're going to cook the bears. Nice. Nice work on Netflix.
It's been a lot to digest. It's been an interesting day, an interesting week. If I look at where we are in inflation and looking at this spike, you could argue that it's the face of it.
All right. Facebook's going to go. You can see it. You can feel Facebook is going to go. This is day 7 going into day 8. Netflix looks like it's going to keep going. Just started getting the move on. Netflix. All right, we'll see what it looks like on the 60-minute hourly. Netflix. Yeah, it looks good. All right, if this breaks out, looks really good. Looking for Netflix to break out on the 60-minute as well. All right, let's see what TTM looks like on the 60-minute. Netflix. Spy in the Qs pushing higher. Qs, higher highs, higher lows. Thanks, stocks. Thanks. Facebook doing quite nice. Looking for Apple to push higher. Netflix, Facebook still pushing. All right, consolidating above these levels, we see looking for Lulu to press higher out of that flag that we see on the daily. Lulu, looking for this to get back above that level. Lulu looks good. Lulu. Got a flag on the daily time frame. You got the 90 EMA crossing up through the 200-day. Price consolidated for 4 days after breaking above last week on Thursday. Friday we stuck there, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday just went sideways. Now we have the 90 EMA crossing up through the 200-day. 9 crossed through the 50-day. 21-day crossed through the 50-day. Now looks like this could continue. Looking for higher prices. A right side of a cup building. Doesn't mean it's going to be a straight shot to the moon, but looking for higher highs and higher lows. So in the money options, so the way I'd like to play this, post earnings on Netflix, on Lulu, looking for a follow through. Lulu, last earnings announcement was a beat of 13%. Lulu. 2020, $2.28 reported. This time around, $2.58 reported on March the 30th. 2022, we're looking for $6.47 per share. That's a 38% increase. 2023, $8 per share for Lulu. That's a 24% increase over 2022. And this year, $4.70. Next year, $6.47. So that looks really good. PE is a little rich. Growth rate's 25%. It's an EPS rating of 90. Relative strength line is climbing. Building the right side of that cup, as we said. Volume last week was very strong. That shows you institutions. All right, do you really think institutions are in this for 20 points? You think they're done? I'm thinking we're going to see more institutions come in like we saw over here back in November, December, as the volume started to pick up and become more noticeable. Looking for the flag breakout and the follow through. Cup pattern, right side of the cup building. There goes SPY in the Qs. Looking for follow through. Looks good. All right. So we have 11 minutes to go for the regular session. 11 minutes to go. AZO, Google, looks good. Dollar General, Nvidia, Lilly. Yeah, I like all of them. AMD have been grinding along all day. AMD. Watch AMD. Let's see what Rob's got going here. AZO. Nice move off of the 21-day, day 4. Looks good, AZO. Volume showing up. Nvidia. I like Nvidia too. Like to see more volume. Lilly, I like a lot, as we just discussed. Looking for a push higher. Dollar General above the 9 and 21 day. This looks good. Most of the competitors also look very good, like Walmart, Target, TJ Maxx. They all look very similar to DG. TJ Maxx. TJ Maxx looks good, breaking out. TJ Maxx is breaking out. All right, maybe it's too late in the day. Shoot. I wish I'd seen that earlier. I meant to look at it. When you mentioned DG first thing this morning. Let's see what kind of pattern we got on it. Stochastic, first of all, tells us as it's tilting higher to look for a close in the upper half of the daily range. Check. RSI is rising. 9, 21, 50 day are stacked. Volume showing institutions have been active on TJ Maxx. Let's look at the ABCD pattern. All right. So we started off the day kind of choppy, and then right around noon, a lot of things started to reverse. S&P 500 and the Qs gave us a tailwind. Starting off at this point, here's your A, there's B, C, looking for a D into tomorrow.
Letter J, Jacobs and NASA begin.
All right, looking for Netflix to continue higher. Netflix.
We see final piece of Artemis 1 flight hardware. That's letter J, Jacobs.
Netflix looks like it wants to go again. Netflix looks like it wants to go again. All right, Netflix looks like it's going to go again. The lower band is opening up. Upper band starting to move outside the bands. The gray area, that's a TTM trigger. That's how TTM is coded. That's when the Bollinger Bands move outside the Keltner channel. That's a TTM squeeze trigger. All right, we've been squeezing since noon, before noon. All right, NVIDIA looks like it wants to go. This looks like a pretty decent squeeze into tomorrow, day 8. Netflix looks like it wants to go again. Thank you very much. Apple pulling back. Bastards. All right. NVIDIA looks like it's going to pop here. Rob, I think you're probably looking at it too. Facebook about to pop. Facebook very similar. Got a squeeze going on. Facebook's going to keep going. There's no way. There's no way they're going to keep this back. You got an ABCD pattern. Here's A over here. B, C, D. Higher lows, higher highs now. Squeezing, looking for the breakout. All right, looks good. A little profit taking in today. Looks like Facebook profit taking. Right in here. Seeing profit taking coming in right there at the top band. Looks good for tomorrow. Apple fading. Disappointing. Apple with huge earnings. I'm very surprised. All things considered, Apple has consolidated for the last 2 weeks at this 134 to 135 136 zone for the last week, 2 weeks. So look for Apple to push off of this level as they continue to buy shares. They can't do it now. I guess they got to wait a week, right? Or two. Facebook trading 3.8 RVOL. All right, Netflix trying to do something here in the day. Netflix. Where? Oh, there it is. There goes Netflix. One more shot at Netflix. All right, Netflix going in today. Can we get a run? 5 minutes to go. Netflix, they're going to go. Here we go, Netflix. All right, folks, we've got 5 minutes to go for the regular session. I'm glad you joined us today at theclosingprint.com. I hope and trust you had a pretty decent day. Market's been very forgiving. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you loud and clear on YouTube. I hope you enjoyed your day today. Thanks for all the setups today. Lots of good setups from both rooms. Thanks. You know who you are. I'm not going to mention everybody's names because some people might get offended. Netflix going though. Look at that TTM squeeze trigger. Look at that trigger. Netflix is triggering. Nice.
DDOG, Datadog tweeting, we're excited to partner with AWS for launch of their managed Lambda layer for open telemetry. That's DDOG, a tweet from the company now, Delta Delta Oscar Golf.
All right, relative volume. Not a whole lot of volume in Netflix today, but it is moving. At the end of the day, though, it's really picking up here. Netflix looks good. AMD trying to turn. I'm thinking that AMD is going to be fine next week. Netflix moving higher. Look at that volume. Nice. Little profit taking there at the highs on Netflix. Apple cruising lower now on a pretty fast clip. All right, folks, we got less than 2 minutes to go. Hope you had a decent day today. I trust you did. Thanks for everything. Thanks, Rob. Looking good on all those swings. All right, looking like more profit taking into the close. We could see another move higher tomorrow, though I'm not banking too much on it.
Beyond the Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
Look at the volume coming in end of day. Netflix volume end of day. Can we close higher? Turn that into a bullish candle and a bullish volume stick.
1 minute to the U.S. market close. coming up earnings from Amazon, expecting $9.54, 104.4 billion in
Wow.
earnings and revenue.
Can you imagine? Remember when? Look, there you go. Look at that volume right there. Look at Netflix volume. You imagine when Bezos quit his job and he's sitting in that cubicle. I don't know if you've ever seen the video, but it's pretty funny. Sitting in that cubicle with the foam core Amazon sign on the wall, that he would turn into this behemoth. He had a great idea. Warren Buffett talks about it a lot. Think about any business where you can utilize the internet infrastructure is already in place. The PayPal, MasterCard payment processing system is in place. You don't have to create it. Figure out a way to, whatever your business is, in this case, selling product, and also have the infrastructure in place for Netflix closing at the highs. Also have the infrastructure in the place, UPS, FedEx, and airlines, whatever, for delivering your products worldwide. Amazing, amazing idea. So, you know, think what you will about him, but that was a great idea. NVIDIA closing at the high of the day, Netflix closing at the high of the day. Waiting for Amazon. Waiting for Amazon.
The estimate was 71 cents for Cirrus Logic. That short revenue of 293.5
Netflix, let's see what Netflix does after hours.
Charlie Romeo uniform Sandy.
Wow, you're a little excited, aren't you there? Netflix still going.
AMZN, Amazon reporting $15.79. Sales of $108.5 billion.
Wow.
That's above estimate for Amazon, AMZN. WDC, Western Digital, reported $1.02 with the Delta Charlie, $1.02 adjusted on Western Digital. The estimate was 68 cents for WDC. Revenue of $4.1 billion for Western Digital is a beat.
Amazon going.
SWKS,
Amazon going.
reported $2.13.
All right, Amazon looking good. AMZN. Amazon, nice little pop there. All right, there it goes. There it goes. All over the place right now. Amazon just tagged 3580.
Amazon says for the
Up
second
115,
quarter,
120 points.
between 110 and 116 billion, or to grow between 24 and 30% versus the second quarter of 2020. Guidance anticipates a favorable impact of about 200 basis points from foreign.
Here goes Amazon.
That's AMZN.
Nice work, folks.
GILD, Gilead, Gulf India Lima Delta, Gilead, reporting $2.08. Gulf India Lima Delta, 208 for Gilead.
Amazon.
Gilead, the estimate
150 points, 144 points. Amazon bouncing around. 150 points. Nice. Huge. Huge. Wow.
Shares of Amazon spiking 36.45 now on AMZN on that much better than expected earnings report for
I'm thinking we're going to see 200 easily. 200 on this one. We're almost at 200 now. Yeah. I was thinking the same thing on Apple last night. Of course, this is no comparison.
says except for GAAP earnings per diluted share, there's no change to the guidance shared on
Damn, that's a nice beat there on Amazon.
WIP, Wrap Technologies reporting $1.5 million in revenue. That's short of estimate for WIP. Amazon shares spiking to 36.67.66 the high now on AM ZN.
Amazon. Wow. Can we see plus 200? Looks like we're going to hit plus 200.
61 cents, Echo Tango Hotel. 61 cents for Ethan Allen Interiors. ETH, the estimate was 57 cents, so that's a beat for ETH.
And if we hold on to these numbers in after hours trading, in proper trading tomorrow, this will be a record high for Amazon. Of course, remember, we're looking for that sort of level of 3,500 or so. And
Plus 180. Wow.
Western Digital sees Q4 non-GAAP earnings.
All right, folks. Thanks for joining us today. I'm out of here. Take care. Have a great evening. Thanks for everything.
FSLR First Solar reporting $1.96. Foxtrot Sandy Lima Romeo $1.96 on First Solar. The estimate was 94 cents. TWTR Twitter reporting 8 cents. The estimate
Twitter.
for Twitter was 14 cents.
Twitter, TWTR.
Twitter.
Miss. Twitter miss.
Non-GAAP earnings of 16 cents. That's a beat. Revenue of 1.04 billion for Twitter is a beat for TWTR Twitter. Shares of Twitter, though, are pulling back here. Again, Twitter beating on earnings and on revenue. TWTR.
All right, folks. Have a great evening. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Microvision reporting a loss of 4 cents.
Twitter moving lower.
Sandy. The estimate was a loss of 2 cents, so a wider loss than expected from Microvision and VIS. KLA Corp, KLA reporting
All right. Have a great evening, everyone.
$3.85.
We'll see you later. Ciao.
The estimate was $3.60, so that's a beat. Revenue of 1.